I see that our panel is growing, Madam Chair.
Oh, Alder Walker Myers, good evening, and Alder Decker as well. Excellent.
And Alder Santiago as well.
Oh, I didn't see on Alder Ernie Santiago. Good evening, Alders Ernie Santiago, Alder Decker.
How are you, Madam Chair?
Wonderful. And yourself?
Good as I could be.
Praise the Lord, brother. We're
Yes, ma'am.
alive and well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, indeed. Wow. All right. We're looking good on the numbers now.
Did you need something?
Madam Chair, if we can confirm that we're recording, I believe we could start.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Lucas or Mr. Hayden, whoever's running the show. I think we have a good number. And it is 6:05, so we can start whenever you're ready.
Madam Chair, I see the recording light is on.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Finance Committee meeting on Monday, September 14th, 2020. The Finance Committee will hold a public hearing on Monday, September 14th, 2020 at 6 p.m. via video conference. Meeting can be viewed at https://bit.ly/2rg0dyc or by phone at 1-888-475-4499. Meeting webinar ID :94162274046. Phone password 971-434-7313. The Finance Committee will hear the following items. Item number 1, OR-2020-0018. Ordinance amendment to appropriating ordinance number 1, authorizing reclassification of general fund positions within the Department of Park/Public Works, Office of Information and Technology, Corporation Counsel, and Community Services Administration, and funds in the amount of $85,882.00 to be transferred from salary reserve accounts 1-407-1010-50110 to the Department of Park/Public Works, account number 1-504-1010-50110, Office of Information and Technology, account number 1-137-1120-50110. Finance Department, department number 1-137-1110-50110. Corporation Counsel, department number 1-133-1010-50110. And Community Services Administration, department number 1-308-1010-5010 for fiscal year 2020-2021. Item number 2, OR-2020-0019. Ordinance amendment to appropriating ordinance number 1, authorizing budget transfer number 308 21-1, transferring funds from the Department of Recreation and Youth Services, Office of the Assessor, Department of Health, and Department of Park/Public Works salary account in the amount of $25,000 each, for a total of $100,000 to the Community Services Administration miscellaneous expense account to fund the mayor's community crisis response team planning study. Item number 3, LM 2020-0394. Order of the Board of Alders approving the unsequestration of capital funds appropriated in fiscal year 2017-2018 so as to allow the city to carry out such further work at 654 Orchard Street, AKA the premises, as may be necessary in order to obtain a certificate of occupancy. Page 2 of the notice. Item number 4, LM-2020-0396. Order concerning New Haven's pre-audit report for fiscal year 2019-2020. Item number 5, OR-2020-0025. Ordinance amendment pursuant to Article 8 of the Charter and Section 2-190 of the Code of General Ordinances, eliminating negative line item balances for fiscal year ending 6/30/2020. Item number 6, LM-2020-0326. Order to read and file the updated budgetary and financial report for the month of June 2020 in compliance with Article 8, Section 5 of the Charter. And item number 7, LM-2020-0364. Order to read and file the updated budgetary and financial report for the month of July 2020 in compliance with Article 8, Section 5 of the Charter. These items are filed with the city clerk and may be inspected at room 202, 200 Orange Street. Per order, Honorable Yvette Hamilton, Chair, assessed Honorable Michael Smart, City Clerk. If you need a disability-related accommodation, please call 3 business days in advance, 203-946-8122 voice or 203-946-8582 TTY. Public may join the meeting and may send public testimony to publictestimony@newhavencity.gov via video conference. Meeting can be viewed at https://bit.ly/2rg09YC or by phone at 1-888-475-4499. Meeting webinar ID 941-6227-4046. Phone password 971-434-7313. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening, joining us again for another Finance Committee meeting. As usual, we'll start out with our taking of our attendance and proceed from there. So I'll start with the attendance. I am present. Alder Adam Marchand, are you with us this evening?
Yes.
Thank you. Alder Ernie Santiago.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Alder Sal DeCola.
Present.
Alder Jeanette Morrison. Okay. Alder Taisha Walker Myers.
Here.
Thank you. Alder Anna Festa.
Here.
Thank you. Alder Richard Furlow.
Here.
Thank you. Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Alder Ron Hurt. And Alder Charles Decker.
Here.
Thank you. Good evening.
Madam Chair, Alder Morrison is here.
Okay, good evening, Alder Morrison, Alder Jeanette Morrison. Thank you for joining us this evening. And I see we have Alder Abby Roth that has joined us, and also Alder Steve Winter. Is there any other alder that is not on the committee that has joined us this evening? Thank you everyone for being here. Before we actually start into the procedural process of our meeting this evening, as everyone is aware, our colleague on this board, Alder Anna Festa's mother, passed away very recently. And at this time, I would like us to take a moment of silence for Alder Festa's mother, Miss Linda Di Paola Saraco. Everyone, a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Yes, to God be the glory, you know. I see Alder Ron Hurt has also joined us. Good evening, Alder Hurt.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I do apologize for being late, but I am here.
Yes, indeed. We just took a moment of silence for Alder Festa's mom, Miss Linda Saraco. At this time, I will move on to Alder Marchand that will go over the procedures of how our meeting will run this evening, and then we'll go right into our agenda. Alder Marchand, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everybody who's here. We are going to hold true to the procedures that we've used since we began to meet remotely via Zoom, which is to say that Madam Chair will invite the maker of a particular item up to give a presentation. Then she'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. She will ask committee members in order in which they're listed on our city's website. We ask people please to limit their questions to 4 on each item. And at the chair's discretion, depending on how we're doing on time, if there's additional time after everybody has had an opportunity, she may go back for a second round. But I do note that we have a long agenda this evening. So we hope to be tight in our running of the meeting this evening. Madam Chair and I did discuss how to proceed with the public portion. Our intention is to ask for anyone from the public who wishes to testify after each of the first 3 items. So after item 1, we would see if any members of the public wish to testify. After item 2, same thing. After item 3, same thing, since there are 3 different items. But our intention is to have the city staff speak to us about items 4, 5, 6, and 7 together, since they're very much related, and then ask for any public testimony after the back and forth between us, the committee members, and the city staff on items 4, 5, 6, and 7. And so that is how we hope to proceed this evening. And that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Marchand. And with that being said, we'll go right into item number 1. Are the makers for item number 1, OR 2020-0018?
Madam Chair, I see Mr. Gormany coming onto the call, so hopefully soon we'll get started.
Okay, very well.
Good evening, Chair Hamilton. How are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you today?
Good. My condolences, Alder Festa, for your passing of your mom.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Chair and Vice Chair, I think if it's appropriate, if you want to proceed this way, I know the first item is to change of reclassification of positions.
Mr. Gormany, before you
Yes.
continue, please, your name and address for the record.
Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut.
Thank you. Vice.
There are 4 different departments here, so I guess I can call them up. They should be in the queue one by one to sort of explain their, the reason that they need the position changes, if that's all right with you, so.
Yes, indeed. That's fine.
I'll just go into a little bit before I ask the first participant to come up. These are position changes per the city ordinance. These happened after the budget process was completed. So per the ordinance, if we want to reclassify any positions, that must be approved by the Board of Alders. These are increases in each amount for each department. And we are transferring the funds, as you know, we appropriate each year a line item called contract reserve, which is used for union negotiations or other salary matters that may arise during the fiscal year. So the total amount of the transfer is $85,000 coming from salary reserve, $85,882 coming from salary reserve into each of these different departments. So with that being said, if I believe Chet Sawicki, our IT director, should be on the call as well.
Okay.
All right. So the position, so starting off with finance and technology, the deputy manager of applications was a position that was originally filled. And the individual who held that position actually took a promotional test, and she is now the IT director at the Board of Education. So that is how that position actually became vacant. And I will let Chet go into why we need to, why we're asking to take that one higher level supervisory position and sort of splitting it into 2 positions, a project leader and a personal computer technician.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Chet Sawicki, IT Director for the City of New Haven. Address is 53 Richmond Avenue in West Haven, Connecticut.
Thank
Can
you,
everyone
sir.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may proceed.
Thank you. So as Mr. Gormany had mentioned, first of all, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members for hearing us on this. Technology landscape has changed drastically over several years, and especially within the last few months because of COVID. And you know, as things were kind of moving forward, budgets are tightened. People are always looking at ways to automate, and that has led to more use of technology within those various departments across the entire city. So those could include basically looking at technology to automate the processes, to free up their personnel, to do other tasks, possibly some staff reductions that they had in their area that they need to automate and streamline processes to be able to accommodate that, so they could still meet all their requirements within those areas. It also includes redesigning processes, looking at processes that each department is using, and looking at how we can possibly push some of that out to the public so that they can self-service themselves. And then obviously training and supporting all those departments on how to use this new technology and admin it, and also, you know, configuring and supporting any special hardware required to accommodate these technology improvements. That's kind of a big thing. And one example of that, obviously, that happened recently is COVID. When COVID kind of hit us, basically overnight, it altered the way that each department conducts their business throughout the city. So many workers were forced to kind of go mobile and look at automating processes that, until that event really happened, that pandemic, was kind of considered impossible to even think about or do. Things needed to be done face-to-face. We needed to have the office open, things like that. So that has kind of led to a lot more need for additional personnel resources to be able to assist those departments in moving forward and making sure that they can, that we can accommodate all of their needs and requests. So that could be areas, like I said, like pushing things to the web, presenting more data to the website for public to see, data analytics to review. We've done that internally for police, for drug overdoses, crime stats, things like that. It's led the IT department to reevaluate our current staffing model and to determine how best we can meet the city needs kind of going forward. As Mr. Gormley had mentioned, we have one vacant management position that was vacated at the end of June 30th. And upon reviewing kind of where the city is and where we need to go, it's been kind of determined that that position, filling that position again, would not really be the best approach to meet the city's demands and every department demand within the city. So with that being said, what we'd like to do is kind of turn that one position into two positions, into a project leader. And that project leader can work with various departments to evaluate, review what they're doing, help select software, processes, streamline those, implement how technology can assist them in meeting their goals to better fit what they need to do on a daily basis. And then also a PC support technician, which is basically the front end for all of our user supports. With everybody kind of forced now to work remotely, there are a lot more calls coming into the city, into the help desk for support. And while, traditionally in the past, that was walking over to a desk and helping them or calling them on the phone. Now the landscape has changed where this is involving coordinating a time with people to, connect together, connect into their home PC, into their city, device and try to assist them with them. So, the landscape has definitely changed. And with that being said, it kind of forced us to reevaluate where the IT department was going to best, I guess, suit the needs of the city. And that's what kind of led us to this area where we were looking to get that one position cut into two different positions, reclassed into two positions, and we think that will better meet the needs of the city. So we ask the board to consider this request, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gormany, that's the first position. Do you want to continue on with all
Yep.
the positions?
I
Yeah.
was going to ask you how you wanted to proceed.
Yeah.
So absolutely. So I believe Scott Jackson and Mark DeCola, the Chief Financial Officer, are also in the queue for the Parks and Public Works position.
IT.
I will turn it over to Mark DeCola.
Mr. Jackson, even though your remarks were incredibly brief, we will still need your name and
Your
address.
name and address for the record.
Scott Jackson, 72 Front Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeCola, Mark DeCola, your name and address, sir.
Yes, Mark DeCola, CFO, Department of Parks and Public Works. My address is at 1004 Townsend Avenue, New Haven.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening. The purpose of tonight is, after working in the first quarter of our fiscal year, I have recognized, due to the merger of Parks and Public Works, that the need for admin assistant is not necessary at this time, and that I like to reclassify that to management analysis 4 due to more accounting support and the higher volume that we have. As you know, the volume of funds have almost doubled, so the admin assistant is not appropriate to that support. So speaking and working with Michael Gormany, I felt the need to make a change for someone to watch how we're running the business, as they would say. So the management analysis 4 person would oversee making sure that all the payments, all the contracts that are being put forward by myself, that someone's watching my moves. So at the end of the day, it's a very, in my opinion, a simple adjustment just for the proper workflow of the new department. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that's 3. Mr. Gormley, all right, that's
Sure.
3 positions.
All right, so the next one I believe we have is Pat King for Corporation Counsel.
That is not here.
Pat King's not, I'm sorry, Al, I didn't hear you.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. We'll see if she logs in before this is done, but I believe Dr. DeLaw should be here for Community Services.
Good evening, Dr. Dalal. Are you with us?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Your name and address for the record, sir, before you start?
Sure, Mehul Dalal, 115 Linden Street.
Wait, did we lose you? You have muted. Can you unmute?
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Members of the Finance Committee, today I'm submitting for your consideration reclassification of a position to support the launch of a Mayor's Priority Initiative, which is the Mobile Crisis Response Team, the subject of which is on the second item of the agenda as well for your reference. We believe that a special projects director is required for this position to handle the various skills and competencies that go beyond the skill set of the current project manager position. Specifically, the incumbent would need to be well-versed in project startup and play a direct and active leadership role involving a complex group of stakeholders. In planning this complex project, the incumbent needs to have a high level of research and analytical skills, experience analyzing and interpreting data, experience in critically evaluating the scientific literature, and experience in program planning and knowledge of research methodologies. With respect to experience, the incumbent would also need to have project startup experience, including planning and overseeing project phasing and the development of long-range strategic plans and fiscal planning and management. The proposed Special Projects Director would also oversee, expand, and integrate the work currently managed by the Reentry Project Manager, as well as support other special projects to meet the evolving human service demands in the context of COVID, for example, our growing opioid epidemic.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, Mr. Gorman, so I heard 4 out of 5, and we don't have Attorney King to speak for what is the position within the Corporation Counsel's office. Are you able to give us any info on that one?
Yeah, so I mean, I can give you what Attorney King gave me as justification for the position. So I believe what they're looking for is taking an assistant corp counsel, which became vacant when one of the assistant corp counsels actually received a job offer outside the city. So I think in looking at restructuring the office with corp counsel, they're looking at really taking that assistant corp counsel position and elevating it to a deputy corporation counsel, which would really deal with administrative and labor matters with the city. I think that has been.
Alder,
I think she's
Hamilton,
joining.
Point of order, I think Attorney King has joined us, perhaps.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I had this on my schedule for 7. So,
All right. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Mr. Gormany, you want to pause and give Attorney King a moment to just go into the thrust of the position that she's seeking? First of all, Attorney King, thank you for being here with us. And may I have your name and address for the record, ma'am, before you start, please?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Patricia King, 32 Vista Terrace in New Haven.
Okay, thank you. All right, go right ahead, ma'am. You can
All
speak
right.
to the position in your department.
Okay. Well, once again, I'm sorry for logging in late. I had this on my schedule for 7 and not 6. I think I was thinking of the Steelers game, so I apologize.
Thank you.
Anyway, what I was is I caught the tail end of what Mr. Gormany was saying before I logged on. And one of the things that I have learned in the few 8 months or 9 months now that I've been in this job is that we need better coordination among the various city departments, particularly that relate to HR and employment issues. There's not a lot of real coordination among those departments because the way my office is structured is that it's essentially divided into 2 components. There's a litigation component and a transactional component. Litigation component handles the lawsuits that are filed against us. And as I think I've said before, at least to the board and probably to this committee, that's pretty much of a reactionary position where, you know, we get sued, we don't control who sues us, we get sued, we have to defend those cases. We also have transactional lawyers who handle our contracts and real estate transactions. The city has an awful lot of contracts, as you can probably imagine. So we have lawyers who do those. We have one lawyer who's assigned to LCI who works with them. And one of my lawyers is assigned to the Board of Ed. The Board of Ed pays a portion of that lawyer's salary. So one of the things, as I said, that I have realized is that there is a real lack of coordination at the city level on HR issues, workers' comp issues, return to work issues, people who are out on FMLA, employees who are presenting with disciplinary problems. And oftentimes what I found out is that we have litigation with some of these folks and we don't know they've got problems in other departments. So my thinking was to have what I would call an administrative deputy who would be assigned to work with the departments. Currently, each attorney has some city departments assigned to work with them, right? So the attorney may have litigation cases plus advise a department. What I would like to do is remove the departments from the various attorneys and centralize them under one litigation deputy. And that deputy then could familiarize themselves with all the departments and be able to see common ongoing problems, you know, that we might see across all the departments, and also be more proactive about trying to deal in advance with some of the employees who have discipline issues, have performance issues, have workers' comp issues where, you know, there's not a lot of monitoring about when someone might be able to come back, or monitoring what's going on in the workers' comp cases who are handled by KERMA. So my thought was to centralize all of that and be more proactive with one deputy. Now, because I lost a litigator, as Mr. Gormany said, one of my litigators left to take a job with the state. This attorney, this deputy would also have to absorb some litigation cases because that attorney who left had a caseload that I've got to distribute. And so some of it would go to this deputy. But what I would hope to do eventually would be to have the deputy take on more of the employment related litigation cases. So that we could try to, first of all, spot issues before they turn into litigation, support departments in dealing with progressive discipline, for employees so we can either help to redirect them and improve their job performance or create a better record for those employees if we have to eventually terminate them. Because those lawsuits are expensive, you know, when we terminate people. I will be happy to report that we just won the appeal on the Marcus Paca case. So we did prevail in that one. And we didn't pay any money and we won the case and we won it all the way to the Second Circuit. But it's not always the case in most of these employment cases. So we'd like to be more proactive in that regard. And the reason it's a supervisory position is because if that deputy needs the assistance of one of the other counsel in the office, they would be able to supervise them as to that matter. That lawyer would also have a more close working relationship with the Office of Labor Relations. I think some of you may be aware that the Office of Labor Relations is trying to take a more proactive approach with regard to discipline. We're trying to impose some continuity, if you will, and some uniformity in the discipline process. Labor relations staff is pretty thin right now. So I would want this attorney to also work with labor relations to the extent we can support them in doing more complete and timely investigations of employment complaints. We got some very sensitive sexual harassment types of complaints and discrimination complaints and things of that nature. And this attorney would also be a support person for labor relations. In addition, there are some policies and procedures that we need to update. A number of personnel policies, another one, and another policy that is sorely in need of updating is our cybersecurity policy as relates to medical records, which is now all electronic. So we're going to need to update that policy as well. So I know it sounds like a lot of sort of this and that miscellaneous type of duties that this lawyer would have, but overall, I would say it's a lot more proactive, and we would aim to try to reduce our exposure and improve our position in the cases where we do eventually wind up in litigation by having it all coordinated under one administrative deputy.
All righty.
So I'd be happy to take questions if you have them.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Mr. Gormany, anything else to say before we start with the committee questioning of everyone?
Sure. So I just want everyone to get through their presentations, but just a little bit on, so all of these positions, as mentioned, are vacant. And again, I like to be very transparent in what I'm doing. All of these positions are vacant with the exception of community services.
Right.
You know, as Dr. DeLaw said, we're trying to elevate the current position to do more with the community crisis team and other initiatives that the mayor has for community services. Just so you know, it's a unionized position. So the individual who currently holds the title project manager understands all the processes and procedures, because this has to go through the whole civil service process if the title change was approved through the board, and he understands everything that goes along with that as well. So again, all of these positions are vacant with the exception of community services. And along with the agreement we struck years ago with the unions, you know, these positions are basically staying within each union, so there's really no impact to the unions at all with these positions being changed. So with that, I think I'll take any questions or the presenters of each item.
All right, excellent. Thank you, folks. At this time, we'll start. There are questions with Alder Adam Marchand. You get to ask for your 4 questions, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gormany, and all the other city staff who have given their presentations. There's a lot to dig in here. I will stick to my 4. Starting with you, Mr. Gormany, I note that before the transfer, we're talking about 4 positions, and after we're talking about 5. So that suggests to me that this ordinance amendment doesn't just reclassify 4 positions and make a transfer to pay for their upgrades, but it also adds a position to the budget. And so one thing that we have to consider as a board and as a committee for sure is, you know, are these changes creating value that warrant an increase in net personnel expenditures that will likely continue in the next fiscal year and beyond.
Right.
So can you speak to me a little bit about this additional position, which will, you know, it's one of the 2 in the IT department, correct?
Yes, so I think Mr. Sawicki explained it, that I think what we're looking at is really from a top-down position with management of the IT department. I think COVID hit on a lot of areas technology-wise, and you know, as the acting controller, I oversee IT now, and I think in working with Chet, I think we realized that, to use a phrase, we really need more boots on the ground. You know, and working with Chet, I think, you know, we don't really need the upper management type position, but we need more people to manage the projects and, you know, the PC support type area, especially I think during COVID. You know, if we have another spike, there are going to be more people working at home with city devices or trying to get into their work computers from home or whatever the case is. And there's going to be more management of the IT network and infrastructure that's really needed at the city. So I think that's why we really felt that taking more of a manager of applications, which was, you know, in the high end of the 90s, and sort of trying to get more boots on the ground to support our IT needs. That's where that extra position really comes into play. I don't know if Chet wants to add anything further, but I think that's our need on the IT side.
Yeah, you know, the only thing I guess that I would do is just kind of echo what Michael Gormley just said. You know, there has been a major change in the way that the city operates today, which is no secret to everyone that's in this meeting. And it's not only automating processes, but there have been individuals that have really not used a computer. There's been jobs that really haven't used much technology in the past. And now all of a sudden, as a result of COVID and kind of the landscape that's been altered, I'll say permanently kind of going forward, there's been a need to take those individuals who have never really used technology as part of their job and give them technology and explain to them how to use that. So, you know, we have kind of looked at from a management standpoint, do we really need that additional management body, or would it be better suited for the city to take that one position and convert it to 2 boots on the ground positions, as Mr. Gormley labeled them, that could be used to kind of meet the needs of the city and kind of, you know, help those individuals that have never used technology before get technology, explain how to use that, and obviously, you know, support all those devices. So that's kind of the approach that we were taking with this.
And I think, thank you, Chet. And I think when we talk about streamlining things technology-wise, I think as you, for example, as we buy more software or do certain things, you know, it's just not as simple as buying that software. It's if that software breaks or if something happens, you need that IT personnel to sort of call and walk you through and do or come by and fix or whatever. So again, I think we don't really need the management level type position, but more of, you know, those folks who are going to be working on those projects with departments or doing the PC support.
Thank you for that additional information. My next question is in regards to the Special Projects Director position proposed for the Community Services Administration. I have 2 questions in regards to this one. The first one I think is for you, Mr. Gormley, which is that you said the current incumbent understands the situation and all the rules. Well, I don't fully understand it. And I think what you're referring to is that the position's tested and the person would have to successfully apply for this position and may have to leave if he doesn't or she doesn't get the upgraded position? Is that what you're referring to?
Thank you, Alder Marchand. Yes, absolutely. Again, the project manager position, which is what the current title is 3144. And the special projects director, which is a title that someone previously held in CSA but left the job and we never filled. And I think it was one of the items that we removed from the budget. But both positions are 3144, which means that they must go through the civil service test process. There's no way around that. So again, the civil service processes, we would post the job, the minimum is 2 weeks. Again, HR develops a test, and the way civil service rules work is, the department basically gets to choose from the top 3 individuals who pass the test. Now, it's not always 3 individuals because people can tie for first, second, or third, but either way, you must interview those candidates first. So yes, we have talked to the individual. He is interested in the additional responsibilities, and I'm certain he'll apply for if it's approved, the special projects director, but he does understand that it is a civil service tested position, and all civil service rules would apply no matter what.
And if he doesn't successfully win the position, he would have to leave the employ of the city.
Correct, because we are a position-based organization.
Yes, we
which
know.
means that you have to have a position to go into, which by changing this, there would be no position for him to go into if he did not pass the civil service test.
Thank you. On the same position, Dr. Dalal mentioned a set of technical skills that were at a higher level than the current position calls for. But you also made reference in your first bullet point to, it sounded like political and interpersonal skills. Could you say more about that component of why the position needs to be at a higher description?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to expand on that. I think I referenced the verbiage I used was around stakeholdering and the complexity of handling a diverse group of stakeholders, some of which we've already referred to in this meeting around labor issues. And this is a cross-disciplinary project. It involves our first responder community, both the internal and external stakeholders with that. It involves the provider community. It involves state level stakeholders. So there are multiple interests at play. So the skill set required to successfully carry out this position do require that level of savvy communication and strategic and tactical thinking. So that's kind of an expansion of what I meant by that.
Thank you. My last question, Madam Chair, is directed toward Attorney King. And it's in regards to the Deputy Corporation Counsel. I heard loud and clear your plan to centralize some of the departmental work in the portfolio of this particular deputy. But I'm wondering, what does that mean for Corporation Counsel staff who have subject matter expertise? For example, Rod Smith works closely with the City Plan Commission, City Plan Department. Would that be taken from him and given to this particular person who would have responsibility for dealing with departments internally versus external litigation? Or am I not quite getting it correct in terms of your vision for this position?
My vision for this position relates more towards the departments that impact HR and employee relations and employment issues. I wouldn't, I know Rod is very effective at City Plan. That's how I got to know him when I was on City Plan. So, and BZA. We certainly wouldn't lose that expertise in the office because that this attorney would stay, the deputy would be in the office and Rod would be available to consult. So I think the priority for switching things over to this deputy would be the employment cases and employment performance issues more than other individual departments, so that we would be able to have some flexibility. And I wouldn't want to wrestle something from Rod Williams's hands if he didn't want to give it up. But we certainly would be flexible in terms of trying to manage those issues. My concentration is more towards trying to be proactive in the area of labor and employment issues. I hope that answers your question, Alder Marchand.
It does. Thank you, Attorney King. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Marchand. Alder Ernie Santiago, are you ready with questions on this item, sir?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
All righty. Alder DeCola, any questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
All righty, thank you. Alder Morrison, questions?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Walker Myers, do you have questions for any of these folks?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Festa?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions regarding, thank you. I need some clarification on the Public Works Administration position. Is that the one that, and I got to clear the cobwebs from my brain. Was that one that we voted against in our budget, or is that a different position? Just for clarification purposes.
I'm not exactly sure which position. I don't remember Alder Festa on voting against a particular position in Parks and Public Works. The administrative assistant position was one that became vacant. And I think, again, as Mr. DeCola alluded to, I think in looking at the work structure, especially with the merging of the two departments, I think the management analyst gives him more of a skill set that he could use as far as financial and analytical work, as opposed to the administrative assistant, where the job description is like really generic in nature of more or less of data entry, administrative matters. I think, it's a bigger budget now for Mr. DeCola's shop with the merger of Parks and Public Works. So there's more budget, analytical, and other type of work that goes into it, to why he needs that position changed.
Okay, so that.
If I can jump in for 1 second, that position became vacant after the budget was passed.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. My next question is regarding it's for Corporation Counsel. I'm concerned, it seems like, how many personnel do we have in HR? It just seems like the new position that is being created for Corporation Counsel is going to be working very closely with HR. And I'm just wondering, is HR doing their job if we need so much supervision?
So I can answer the question on the personnel piece for HR. So right now, HR has 7 individuals in there, but you got to remember HR's role is expanded to HR and benefits. And when we say benefits, HR does benefits for both the city and the Board of Education. So, I mean, it's a lot more work than investigations and other things that HR currently does with the city. So I think that's why Attorney King was sort of alluding to this position working closely with HR and the Office of Labor Relations. And I think, and she can correct me if I'm wrong after this, I think her goal with the deputy position, as we're talking and doing the submission for this, was really more or less of a coordinated effort on the city's administrative side. I mean, I oversee workers' comp, who deals with multiple attorneys and different attorneys, and sometimes we don't know which attorney is doing which in Corporation Counsel. And then sometimes that spills over into Office of Labor Relations and HR and everything. So I think what Attorney King is trying to do is sort of have the expertise within a deputy level type position to sort of coordinate all this effort to make sure we're not duplicating service. duplicating efforts, making sure that we're all on the same page. I think especially as she mentioned, return to work, employment matters. I mean, I think making sure we're all on the same page of legal opinion wise and everything else. And, you know, just sort of coordinating that. So it's not really about the staff in HR. And I think, you know, again, they do more than the HR work as far as benefits in other areas. I mean, they help me oversee the workers' comp piece as well, because there's an HR component to that. So I don't know if Attorney King wants to add anything further into that.
Right, and the HR personnel, yeah, I did not mean Alder Festa to imply that HR isn't doing their job. They just, they don't have that perspective of seeing it from the perspective of an attorney, and they don't know what cases we have kind of on a regular basis. So this would be somebody in our office who would be able to be a overseer, if you will, of all these various departments. Because, you know, as Mr. Gormany said, and as I have found, it's just really hard to coordinate this. And I think we really need somebody at this level whose basic responsibility is to try to get some of this stuff under control.
And I think from another perspective, and, you know, I think this group has done President Walker Myers is part of this group as well, the Litigation Settlement Committee. You know, we see employment cases as well. And I think having an attorney with like those sort of expertise, especially on the employment and labor side with those cases, I mean, that committee has made great strides, but having an attorney to sort of look at that with the expertise would certainly help the city, I think, in some of its legal matters related to labor and employment as well.
Okay, well, I do appreciate that clarification and further explanation of the position. And then in regard to the CSA position, Alder Marchand had already asked some of my questions, but just follow up. HR develops the test. What is the time frame for that, and what is the cost of testing, and where from the budget will that funding come from?
So as far as HR testing goes, I think, and Mr. LaBrandy, I think, testified to it during the budget briefings. A lot of times what costs HR in its funding on testing is really police and fire, because we use outside consultants and other contracts for that. When it comes to city testing, we try to do that internally. So I think HR staff really works with the departments. I mean, they have the expertise in the HR area, but they don't have the expertise in this case, the CSA area. So they would work with Dr. DeLaw to develop the right type of test. And then HR would administer the whole process. So it's really not a cost factor except with the staff's time, which, to be very frank, you know, any of us managers who really need a change in a position or something filled, we're going to give our time because we want that position filled. So we make sure we work with HR to help develop that test. So on city department levels, there really is no cost because we do it internally.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It's good to know that the costs are mainly with PD and FD. No further questions, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Furlow, do you have questions, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Gormady and the rest of city staff for coming on and giving us this very detailed explanation of why these transfers would best suit the operation of our city. My question is in regard to the transfer. And please forgive me if this has been answered in your presentation, but we're just a few months in to our new budget. I understand that transfers happen, but just wondering why this wasn't presented in the original budget.
Well,
there seemed to be so much thought going into why this is needed.
No, I appreciate that question. Thank you, Alder Furlow. I think as we said in the outset, I think one of the things that we struggle with as city managers and department heads and everything is basically when individuals are going to leave or individuals are going to retire. You know, nobody has to give us a time frame on when they're leaving or retiring. You know, I can have 3 people on my staff walk out tomorrow if they got new jobs or whatever. So I would have loved to do this during the budget process, but again, these positions were filled then, and I don't think we had any indication that that these individuals were leaving. So for example, the deputy manager of application position, yes, we had an indication that she had applied and she had applied for the position at the Board of Ed, but there was no guarantee that she was going to get it. So that's an example of one of the positions. Again, I think the administrative assistant was vacant and left afterwards, after the budget had been passed. You know, my preference is always that we could do this during the budget time, because I think you get more clarification and, you know, it's easier to do then. But again, I think looking at it from an operational standpoint, when these positions become vacant, that's really what we're looking at it now. From an operational standpoint. And again, these positions weren't vacant during the budget process, so we really weren't thinking of changing them at the time.
And you did say that, thank you, Mr. Gormley, and I think it bears just repeating just for further clarification.
Understood.
Since we had, my last question is, Madam Chair, since we do have the Parks and Public Works together, could we just get, and if you don't have it now, if we can get it after through you, Madam Chair, just sort of the hierarchy or the structure of this department. So who is the chief director, who's reporting to who, and since these departments have merged together, I think it would be good for us to be able to understand that. So we can fit in where this administrative assistant goes.
Sure, I can work with Dr. Dalal and Mr. Jackson on that. We actually did meet on that prior, and we can get that information to you. So.
Thank you, Mr. Gormley. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all the questions I have for now.
All righty, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Alder Furlow. Did Miss Evelyn Rodriguez ever join us on the call? Miss Evelyn? No. Alder Hurt, do you have questions, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions at this time. The questions I've had have been answered, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Alder Decker?
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Anyone else from the committee that might have an additional question for any of these folks on this item number 1? At this time, hearing none, are there any anyone from the public that would like to speak on item 1? Mr. Lucas, do you know, or Mr. Hayden, or do we know if there's anyone from the public that might have a question on item 1?
They can raise their hand if they wish to be called in.
How many people from the public do we have, sir, that's joining us? Do we know?
I don't see any raised hands, Madam Chair.
All righty. Okay. All right. Since there are no public testimony, thank you, folks, very much for your input on item number 1, and we'll move on to item 2.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, my apologies for being late.
No problem. Thank you all for being here. On item number 2, that's OR 2020-0019, the budget transfer. Mr. Gormley, are you going to be speaking on that one as well, sir?
Madam Chair, you have me the whole night for every single item, so.
All righty, so let's get into number 2 then. Go right ahead.
I believe Dr. Dalal is still on, and we have, believe, let me check the attendees. Carlos Sosa Lombardo is going to join us for this one as well.
Okay, all right. As procedurally, anyone that will be speaking on the item, just their names and addresses for the record. And go
All
right
right.
ahead, folks.
So Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut. So this is a transfer. Again, I think Dr. Dalal sort of alluded to it a little bit in the first item matter in regards to his position transfer, but this is a transfer for $100,000 to fund the Mayor's Community Crisis Response Team. Now, this is the planning studies, so the planning phase of the Mayor's initiative. I'm gonna go into the actual transfer and then turn it over to Dr. Dalal and Carlos. So in looking at when I was asked about $100,000 transfer, what I did was I did look at city vacancies in department. You know, during the first quarter of the year, my office, HR, we work very closely on what positions do we actually need to fill during the city at the time, and to look at just the overall circumstances. In this year's budget, there was a $2 million budgetary savings approved in the Board of Alder 2020-2021 budget. The funding that is being transferred from these vacant salaries does not affect that $2 million. Again, I'll say it does not affect that $2 million. When I was looking for the funding, I looked for anything that we had already submitted to the Board of Alders that was included in that $2 million to make sure that we would adequately still have the funding for the $2 million. So we basically took $25,000 from for department. We did it from the Office of the Assessor. The $25,000 is due to the Office of the Assessor has 2 vacancies currently. One of them we're in the process of going to fill, but that won't really happen until the second half of the fiscal year. That's a title maintenance clerk. The second position is our current assessor is the acting assessor, Alex Pullen. Because he is the acting assessor and there is union contract language about him being the acting assessor, we cannot do anything with his true position of deputy. He is truly the deputy assessor. So that, as long as Alex is acting, that funding always lapses during the fiscal year. So that's about a $79,000 position. You know, as long as Alex is acting assessor, that funding will lapse. The second department is the Recreation and Youth Department. Currently, that is because I know we just filled the Director of Recreation and Youth, Gwendolyn Williams, but we did have that position vacant for the first 2 months of the fiscal year. And there's also a general fund executive administrative assistant position that is currently vacant as well. So that is where the $25,000 comes in. In order to get $25,000, you basically needed between a combination of those 2 positions to be vacant until October, which I can tell you we're currently in the midst of just posting, I believe, the executive administrative assistant. So that position won't be filled probably until the end of the year or beginning of, or the second half of the fiscal year. The Department of Parks and Public Works has vacancies within their streets and other divisions. Again, we're looking at their department as they have lapsed salaries, and my projection based on our testing and when Jeff Pescasolido and Mark DeCola would like to fill positions, we'll have enough funding to absorb that $25,000 transfer. And I'm sorry, I lost my place.
Take your
And the
time.
health department. We have vacant nursing positions, and we're currently working, in this year's budget was approved, the deputy director of health, and we're currently working between the union and labor relations. So again, I think we'll have $25,000 to be absorbed within the health department to cover this transfer as well. So that's where the funding is coming in. I will turn it over to Dr. DeLaw and Carlos to sort of talk more about the actual planning study.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mehul Dalal, 115 Linden Street, New Haven, Connecticut. I'll let Carlos introduce himself.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Carlos Sosa Lombardo, 87 Beacon Street, Hamden, Connecticut.
We have a short presentation to share. Carlos, do you have the ability to share your screen in the presentation?
I do not, but if Al gives it to me, I can share it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I see it on
All
my
yours, Doctor.
Thank you. I see it on my screen, so I'm assuming other folks can see it. So we have a brief presentation for the Finance Committee. Appreciate your consideration. We're going to give a quick background on the Community Crisis Response Team and our planned use of the planning dollars. So the New Haven Community Crisis Response Team, next slide. So the background behind this and the impetus is in New Haven and nationally, it's well known that the police department, fire department, EMS are often overburdened with situations that go beyond crime and medical emergencies. I'll mention that this, part of the impetus beyond this project is the recent impetus around police reform. So, we know that the current first response system is not really optimized to deal with mental health crises and chronic homelessness and substance use disorders. It almost seems like every week you hear something in the national news about a response that was initiated by law enforcement that either went wrong or could have been handled by a trained clinical professional in a different way. And this group is acutely aware of the recent budget cuts that have come from our first response system, the PD and FD, which include personnel reductions. Next slide. Our proposal here is to form a community crisis response team. Ultimately the concept is to have a mobile crisis team that would be dispatched through our 911 system. They'd respond to lower acuity situations with a team led by a social worker. They'd emphasize de-escalation, harm reduction, and a rapid connection to services. And we'd use the lessons learned from other cities that have implemented similar programs, but we would uniquely adapt the program for the New Haven context. Next slide. Preliminarily, we found, looking at our call data from our dispatch center, we think there's up to 11,000 calls. This is calendar year 2019, that at least initially could be screened and potentially transferred to a community crisis response team. So that represents, 10% of these calls. Next slide. Again, kind of overall goals of this program is to provide a more holistic approach to first response by deploying appropriately qualified staff to address non-criminal issues, such as homelessness, mental health, and intoxication, provide direct access to a continuum of care during moments of crisis, and reduce the PD and EMS response to lower priority incidents. Carlos, you can talk a little bit more about our timeline here.
Thank you, Doctor. In terms of timeline, a high level overview of the implementation. We are currently working on securing funding. Part of our presentation today is securing the planning funds. Once we secure funding, we want to contract with a qualified service provider that will lead a 6 months planning process and will implement the program in many phases leading up to 24/7 service provision across the city. The city will work with a qualified contractor during the planning phase to develop an operational plan, procedures, and protocols for the community response team. The contractor will facilitate a community and stakeholder input process. They will also identify opportunities for diversion from the criminal justice system. They will enable peer-to-peer learning experience, meaning they potentially, we envision them traveling to one of the sites where the learning sites where they're implementing similar models. We want them to also establish a comprehensive referral system with reading protocols to track data and outcomes. We expect them to also have a reading agreement with the independent evaluator to establish the monitoring and evaluation system. We also envision them to formalize partnerships with key service providers and kind of show proof through contracts, MOUs, letter of support. We also envision them to develop a strategic plan to gradually scale up operations, leading up to 24/7 service provision. And we also envision them to develop a long-term sustainability plan to make sure that the mobile crisis team gets funding every year. And that will be all for our very short presentation.
Let me just add, so with some of the preliminary conversations we're having around this, it was abundantly clear over and over again that, you know, if we're going to implement a program like this, it has to be intentionally planned. We heard about, you know, various things about, you know, making sure we had valid community input into this type of system, especially regarding the delicacies around, you know, kind of the police response and various sensitivities there. We heard that it was very important to build on existing systems and not reinvent the wheel. So we considered that it was important to have a planning process to not just identify the existing infrastructure that's in New Haven. We're rich with service providers, but really formalize the agreements with those service providers. So we're not just implementing another project in a silo. And we, you know, to be frank, we've learned on the lessons of the LEAD program where you can't just take a program, you know, off the shelf that worked in another city and then and plop it down in New Haven and expect it to work. It's really important to take the lessons learned from other cities, but also it's very important to adapt a program to the New Haven specific context across the board. So we think, you know, having that planning phase is very important. And frankly, we need the planning phase to identify where the funding is going to come from. We have many ideas of where we're going to find implementation funds, but we'll need some months to secure what that plan looks like. Thanks for that opportunity for extra comment. Now I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Okay, very well. At this time, we'll start with questions on item number 2 from Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dalal and Mr. Sosa Lombardo for that presentation. Just a couple of questions. The first is you've created a budget of $100,000 for this study. And so my question is, how do you plan to spend that $100,000? I could imagine, I mean, it's going into a miscellaneous expense account, which is an account that could probably support all different kinds of expenditures. So is it consultants? Is it a project person that you're bringing in on a durational stay? Do you need travel? I mean, what are the components of the $100,000 that you envision at this point? I know you can't foresee everything.
Yeah, our intention is to spend to use a large majority of that to find a qualified contractor with experience in this field to lead the planning process. Carlos, you've done some thinking about how that breakdown would work within that contract. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that. It might be premature in terms of, you know, nailing it down exactly, but we have some thought through some potential ways that could be spent. Yeah,
some of the money will potentially be used for peer-to-peer, for the peer-to-peer learning experience, including travel, stay, and training costs. We expect that the money will also be used to secure technical assistance and staffing required to complete the planning requirements.
Okay. Thank you for that additional information. I mean, obviously, this is a concept the city staff is proposing to study it, see if and how it could be implemented here. So we all have a bunch of questions to which we don't have yet the answers. That's why there's going to be a study. And yet, you know, we need to approve a transfer of funds from these other positions for this purpose. One might say, well, those funds aren't needed in their current where they're currently parked because those jobs are vacant, and I understand that, but that also means that those funds could be available for some other purpose. And so I don't want to ask too many questions about the content because we don't have all the answers yet, but we need to feel like the concept is strong enough to warrant taking these funds from these other places and putting them here, as opposed to taking those funds from these other places and putting them somewhere else. So that's why I wanted to know a little bit more about your plans for how to spend the money. But it really sounds like mostly it's you need to hire somebody. And I guess part of the reason why I'm asking about a consultant is that when you're paying someone by the hour, do you get less work for more money than if you hire them on a durational position? I don't know if you have any view on the mechanism of bringing someone on.
Yeah, our working plan with the mechanism bringing assistance on is to have an RFP and have it be a contractor. Ideally, we're working through the mechanics of this, and part of it depends on how quickly we find implementation funding. We'd have the contractor also run the pilot. So the situation would be the planning agency would also be the one that's responsible for piloting it, so that they have the investment in making sure all the planning pieces are right. I mean, in terms of work product, I think Carlos went through some of those issues quickly, but to me, the most important work product out of a planning phase is a feasible operational plan. And that includes soup to nuts, a deep dive into our PSAP 911 dispatch system. How exactly, when a call comes in, how exactly are they going to, determine whether the call is low acuity enough to warrant a triage over to a mobile crisis team. It means coordinating the various, legal considerations, liability considerations, labor considerations on implementing. So really, it would be, that's just a couple of examples of what we're to be working. But having that standard operating plan at the end of that planning period will really demonstrate to us that hey, this looks very feasible, and we can run with this.
Thank you, Dr. Lal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Alder Ernie Santiago.
No questions this time.
Alder DeCola.
No questions at this time, thank you.
Okay, Alder Morrison.
Yes, I have, I think a couple of questions. In regards to the planning process, now, and maybe I just need clarity. This planning process is, you guys are looking to take this money to get an entity, for the lack of better words, to help create this concept, or create the meat and potatoes of this concept to be executed. But to back up, what other city agencies or departments, I should say, will be involved in this, if any? Will there be Alder participation in this process? I guess I'm really trying to understand, where are you going to get the information from to really be able to put the meat and potatoes into this skeleton that you guys have, you're presenting at this time?
Yeah, I can respond to that question, and Carlos, feel free to jump in, or if Scott Jackson wants to jump in. In terms of the city, with respect to the question about what city departments will be involved, I think it's critical, and we've already been in conversations with the entire spectrum of the first response system, which is fire, PD, and PSAP. So they are critical partners in this. Obviously, this program can't happen without their deep involvement. In terms of my department and social services, we envision that this team would be able to provide very quick referrals, potentially right in the field, to the correct social service agency. So, as my department plays a coordinating role with many social service agencies. So I'd envision our Office of Homeless and Housing would be very, very closely involved. Some of the work we're doing on harm reduction and opioid work through the health department, they would be closely involved. So there's a lot of city agencies that are going to be, kind of deeply involved in the planning process. There's also a set of external agencies that will be involved that have experience doing this work, not necessarily dispatched to the 911 system, but they have experience with responding to mental health crises and emergencies, and in fact are funded to do so. Some examples are, the Connecticut Mental Health Center, Clifford Beers. They'd be deeply engaged in the planning process as well. We also were going to be talking to state partners that have, potential dollars for implementation. And to the extent that they want to be involved in the planning, we'd invite them to do so. And then we also have envisioned a community input process as well as part of the planning. And that, Carlos, if you want to speak a little bit more about that, that'll be embedded in that 6 months as well.
Yep, that's correct, Doctor. We will be requiring the contractor to do some community input. And I think Alder Morris also made reference as to how the alders will be involved in the whole process. I think that the alders will have to approve the funding for the implementation as well. And we are envisioning also that the alders can come together and maybe assign a person to sit on the review panel for the RFP as well. I think that will be ideal for us as well.
Yes, and that's what I was thinking, and thank you both, Dr. Delisle and Carlos, in regards to the list of people. And as I was writing down this list, in everything we do, right, politics are involved. And so if you're gonna do something like this and you really wanna implement it, and this is gonna be a city thing, you definitely, I'm not sitting here volunteering myself. I'm just saying, generally speaking, that you would want to make sure that you involve the board or some type of something as far as the community rep would be involved from a political perspective, because all of these people are necessary, but at the same time, when you're going into or dealing with the different wards, that's where you're going to really need that support from like this board and their whole understanding of everything that's going on. So thank you for that list, and thank you, Carlos, for looking at the fact that it might be helpful to have that piece, look at the RFP process with the whole team. So thank you. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Alder Walker Myers, you're next, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Delisle, you said a large portion of the money, if approved tonight, will be spent on a consultant. Can you tell me what the going rate for that look like, or do we know?
No, I'm sorry, I meant to be clear. So it would be a contractor. So at this point, we don't envision necessarily that we'd be paying on an hourly rate. We'd want an entity, an organization that has experience with this type of program to serve as that planning contractor.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I had contractor written down first. I don't know why I changed it, but okay. So we won't be paying by the hour, but what is the going rate for something like that? Is it going to cost $50,000 out of the $100,000 that you're saying? Is it going to cost 10? I'm just trying to figure out how much or do we know how much it could possibly cost us?
Yeah,
Carlos,
I know you've done some budget breakdowns, so if you want to jump in on.
Yep. So we were just looking at prices across the nation for similar projects, and they can, with the community input process, it can cost up to $80,000. We envision that the other $20,000 will be used for the peer-to-peer learning experience, including travel, stay, and training costs for a group of up to 10 people.
Thank you. So do we not currently have someone that already worked for the city that have expertise enough to actually do what you will be paying to have done?
We don't have that capacity within CSA.
Okay, but this project involves a number of different partners, so we don't have that capacity within the partners that we're working with, or just not within CSA?
We may have the capacity within partners, but we'd want to obviously remunerate them for their service.
Mhm.
And I want to add, Madam, that this is up to $100,000. I mean,
Mhm.
whoever applies for the RFP might come up with a lesser number, and they will actually have to justify all the expenses. So
Right.
there's a
Thank
possibility as
you.
well.
And then my last question, Madam Chair, Dr. Delisle, you said we learned from like the LEAD program that you can't just take a program and drop it in a city, but will any of that, and you said also that, you know, we don't want to basically start from scratch duplicating. Are we going to use any of that information that we actually collected from that program to see whoever is going to be in charge of building out a better program? Are we going to use any of that data that was already collected?
Yeah, we have access to the full evaluation report for LEAD, and there may be aspects of that will be useful for this in terms of data, but that was a very different model in the sense that it was very forward with the law enforcement involvement. This one is that flips that concept on its head. This is less forward with law enforcement involvement. In fact, we're taking away potentially law enforcement involvement in many cases. So we'll use the data and the experience from that evaluation report, but you know, it'll probably only be partially, you know, kind of directly inform this.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Festa, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I'm thinking this is more for Mr. Gormandy because all my other questions were answered from my colleagues. In regard to the vacancy positions that you were mentioning this funding would be coming from, are those the most recent vacant positions? Because when the budget was presented to us, a lot of the vacancies were already being taken up to make up for budget downfall. So can you just clarify that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Alder Festa. Some of the positions were vacant during the budget process. A great example is the Recreation and Youth Director. You know, that was something that had been vacant even as the Youth Services Director for a while, that I think the administration had planned on filling at some point. Again, I think I explained Alex in the acting versus the language. So, you know, Alex has been the acting assessor. So that position, that funding would elapse no matter whether we were doing this transfer or not, or whatever the case is, because Alex has to have a position to go back to. So again, I think these positions, there were different circumstances to each position as far as when it was approved during the budget and its current vacancy status now.
So those are vacancies that will not be filled, at least not for the 2021 fiscal year.
Well, I think, correct. Well, some of them have been filled. And again, I think, as I mentioned in the beginning, I think, you know, depending on the position, it probably won't be filled right away now. I'm not going to say that it won't be filled at some time during the 2021 fiscal year, but based on my office's work with HR and the CAO, I think, you know, we're confident that we'll have the vacancy savings to cover this transfer prior to any of those positions being filled.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, Alder Fester. Alder Furlow, do you have questions on this item, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to stay germane to the topic, which is the transfer of the money. So maybe my comment is more of a statement before it becomes a question. So we're looking at $100,000 that's going to be transferred from various departments. We have an outstanding order to the administration to save money in order to maintain our tax base. And we have this crisis response team that's that other cities or states are investigating doing, but I don't see anyone here from the fire department, from the police department, the director from PSAP, to give their input on why they feel that this is important, but perhaps it's not germane to this because we're just dealing with the transfer. So to me, in a way, it seems that this transfer is kind of putting the cart before the horse, where we have not had, as far as I remember, and I know COVID is fogging all of our minds because we've been in the house, we're trying to keep moving forward, but I don't remember us ever having any kind of public hearing or workshop hearing from our public safety or emergency center departments on their thoughts on moving forward with this. And so the transfer this amount of money for these reasons, though it may be necessary for the study, I don't debate the study. We'll have to see the outcome of that. I'm just having a little hard time getting my head around why we're doing it in this order.
Alder Furlow, if I may.
Yeah, that's my statement. And I'm gonna turn it back to our chair, but I'm not cutting you off, Mr. Gormady. I'm just saying that whatever you say afterwards, Madam Chair, I have said all that I need to say. Thank
All right,
you.
so Mr. Gormany, do you have a response to Alder Furlow's statement, sir?
I believe, and I think Mr. Jackson can correct me, is there a public hearing? I thought there was going to be a public hearing on this matter relatively soon. Was that scheduled?
Mr. Jackson?
I haven't scheduled a public hearing, but I can certainly say that in the last few weeks, PSAP, fire department, specifically emergency medical services and police have all been on our Zoom calls and are all supportive of moving in this direction. Now, that being said, you know, my chemistry teacher, Val Moretti, taught me a valuable lesson. He said, nothing simple is ever easy. When we're in a room and we all agree, now we just have to figure out how to sequence things and make it happen. So I think that's where we are now. We have a lot of work to do to ensure that this program, you know, fits within what the community wants right now, and within the collective bargaining agreements and within good general practices. So that's what we're working on right now. But I can guarantee to you, Alder Furlow, that PSAP, NHFD, and NHPD are all entirely on board with trying to figure out how this works.
And I apologize, Chair. I've received a few communications. I was mixing this up with something else I thought was on another agenda. So I apologize. But thank you, Scott.
Madam Chair, if I may, I can add something.
Go right ahead, sir.
Sure. Just to, there was a question of whether a hearing has been scheduled. I don't believe, the latest is I don't believe there's anything on the agenda for any upcoming hearings, but I do know from the mayor's office and the chief of staff, he's actively working with the leadership to try to get something on the schedule where we can present the concept.
Madam Chair, I said that I was finished, but that just is a little concerning because we're transferring money without hearing from all the department heads moving forward. And I certainly do appreciate that you've been on calls with them. And Dr. Jalal, appreciate the work you've been doing Director Sosa Lombardo doing an excellent job, and your department really appreciate that. But we're looking at moving $100,000. And in a sense, I feel, and I'm just giving you my opinion, that this is more of a response to public outcry rather than having something done systematically, just to try to get something done quickly because this is what the people want. And as elected officials, we are, of course, need to represent the people, but we need to move cautiously and make sure that we're making best use of city funds. And I see Vice Chairman Shaw looking at me, so I'm going into discussion rather than questions, so I'm going to end it here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Alder Furlow. Good evening, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez. Thank you for joining us this evening. Welcome. You can unmute if you have questions on item number 2. We're on item number 2 now, this transfer of $100,000 for the crisis response team planning study, Alder Evelyn. So do you have any questions for Dr. Dalal or Mr. Gormany, ma'am?
Majority Leader Furlow has surfaced some sensitive issues in regards to this matter, and I'm going to leave it at that, but I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for joining us. Alder Hurt, do you have any questions on item number 2, sir, the transfer for the crisis response team planning study?
Madam Chair, I have no questions at this time. I'm afraid that if I start to talk, if I do ask, it's going to lead into a comment. So I better just thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, but not at this time.
All righty. Okay, Alder Decker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have, I think, just one question. It might turn into 2 questions. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And I think you actually might have said this at some point, but did I hear right that part of what you're hoping to achieve with this sort of initial look at this idea would be some actual like piloting? In other words, not just a study, but that you hope to have some small scale of practitioner here?
If we were able to find resources to pilot it within the existing resources, whether through the city or more likely through agencies that are willing to modify services to do a pilot, we'd be very willing to integrate this into that. So we get more information for our planning study.
I see. So we would not necessarily have this pilot just with this $100,000 transfer were we to approve it?
That's correct. If we were to contemplate a meaningful pilot, we'd need additional resources.
Okay, I thought you might have explained that, but I just wanted to be crystal clear what exactly we were talking about.
Before, unless we find an agency that's willing to repurpose their current,
Okay, understood. Thank you. And then one more question. Oh, right. My other question was, so given that, the purpose of this program, as I understand it, would be, about reducing individuals' contact with the criminal justice system, which, is an end that I certainly feel strongly about and agree with. One question I had was, I've heard you say that the administration is in communication with the PD and the fire department. Have you been in communication with the Yale PD as well? I imagine, the reason I asked the question is to say is I imagine that a lot of the work that the Yale PD handles, particularly, not just on campus, but given that they have, municipal police power in the entire city, are the exact sorts of calls that we would hope would be diverted through a program like this.
I don't recall if the chief reached out to Yale PD specifically on this topic. Carlos, do you know that? Or maybe Scott Jackson?
I'm not aware of that, Doctor.
Go ahead, Carlos.
No, I just say I was not aware of that. I'm not aware of any contact with the Yale PD.
Yale PD has been engaged in the program. It blends into a larger conversation that we're having about the relationship between the city and YPD. So Chief Higgins is aware of what we're doing here, but we also have to understand that we are still in utero on this, or maybe better said, we have the flour and the cocoa powder on the table, but we haven't baked the cake yet. So there's still a lot of work to be done, a lot of details to be hashed out. But we want to start the process because we think that this is the right thing, for 2020, 2021. We have an opportunity here to do great things in changing the way that we address situations in our communities, and that's what this is all about. But we don't have all the answers. That's what the study is for, and that's what we're trying to finance at this point.
Understood. Thank you. I'm sure I will have comments during the time for that, and I'm sure I will have questions on future items. But as other colleagues have said, I want to keep my questions germane to just this very specific transfer. And so with that, I don't have any further questions for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Alder Decker. Before I open it up for public testimony, colleagues on the committee, is there anyone else that might have a question on item number 2? Anyone? Anyone? Thank you. Okay, at this time, Alder Festa, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I raised it on here. Raised it on.
All right, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Just a clarification about the public safety communication. I thought there was one and may have been pulled from committee. I'm not, again, clearing the cobwebs. I thought we were supposed to hear something on what was mentioned tonight.
Yeah, I can check with Taisha and see what happened, because that was the committee I was looking at, but maybe, it could have been pulled for whatever reason. So we'll double check on that.
No.
No? Okay, I'll double check with the mayor's staff on it.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Was that your question, Alder Festa?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right, anyone else? All righty, at this time, is there any public testimony from anyone? Any public that would like to speak on item number 2? Mr. Lucas or my background staff, do we have anyone that might have expressed interest?
There are no hands raised, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you. So we'll move on to item number 3 then. LM 2020-0394. The approval of the unsequestration of funds. Go ahead, Mr. Gormany.
All right, Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut. I believe in the attendees section, who will be joining me is Mr. Giovanni Zinn, our city engineer.
All righty.
There.
Uh-huh.
All right, so the reason the city administration submitted the this particular communication to the board and referred to the finance committee is because in fiscal year 2017-18, as the capital budget appropriated funds for the Escape Teen Center, but there was a clause on the use of those funds that they must be, in order to use the funds, they must be approved by the full board of alders. At that, so now we fast forward to today. We are actually at the end of the lease for the teen center. And the city has decided not to renew the lease with the teen center. So again, per the lease, the items that were changed within the location, we must return back to how we originally leased the premises. So we are here, and Giovanni can talk a little bit more, to ask the board for permission, since we are not renewing the lease, to unsequester the funds that were approved in fiscal year 2018. So that way the city could pay the church to do the repairs as necessary to return the space that the city was leasing as the teen center back to how we originally took the space, so that way they can get a certificate of occupancy for that space. So I will sort of turn it over to Giovanni Zinn to talk a little bit more.
Good evening, alders. Giovanni Zinn, 95 Soundview Terrace here in New Haven. So I believe in May of 2017, I submitted a report to the board regarding the issues that were outstanding in the facility that needed to be addressed as part of the terms of the lease, and in order to return to a functioning building that is allowed to have people in it. I think those that list of repairs is pretty up to date even now. I mean, it has been a bit of time. There is probably some small changes to that, but I think it's a relatively comprehensive list of what needs to be done. You know, we're working with the church to see how to best move forward to bring fulfill our obligations and bring it back to a state that releases the city from its obligations. And I think Mr. Gormany covered the bulk of it. You know, the lease is ending at the end of the month.
So we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Alderman Marchand, are you ready, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask our city staff, it sounds to me like we are not moving forward in partnership with this church to have this facility in that location. And that in order to end that relationship and fulfill the city's contractual obligations in the lease, we need to invest further funds into the structure so that the church can then rent it out to somebody else after the city's interest is done. That, in other words, if we simply just walked away and didn't put the money into this facility, we could have a challenging situation. Is that correct?
Correct. I think, you know, per the terms and conditions of the lease, I think you hit it on, you hit the nail on the head, Alder Marchand, is, you know, we just can't walk away. We have to basically return it to some semblance of how we first originally took possession of the church.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have more to say during deliberations, but I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Alder Ernie, do you have a question?
Yeah, I got one. If I heard
Go ahead.
correctly, thank you, Madam Chair. If I heard correctly, are we giving the money to the church so they could do the repairs to put it back the way it was? Or are we going to contract somebody to do it? How is that going to happen?
So the way that I think we're looking at it now is we're looking at giving the money to the church and doing a release of the city. So basically, as Giovanni mentioned earlier, he's working with the church, but basically whatever repairs and everything else that were needed, we would basically have an MOU that releases the city of any liability after that point.
Okay, and I know Giovanni is very smart guy. So we have somebody estimated cost or? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I mean, we had the cost that was estimated in the May 2017 report. I believe, you know, the landlord is making their own estimate, and that's where, you know, then there's discussion there.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm done.
Okay. Alder DeCola?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, Alder Morrison?
Yes, one question. So if this amount of money is released and the city and the church comes up to a negotiation which is substantially less than the money that's released, and this question probably goes to Mike Gormady, does this money automatically go back into general funds? Does this money stay with a certain department? How does that work? Can this money be used, you know, because when I think about the escape, I think about youth. Can this money be used for youth specifically? What can we do with this money? Because my hope is that it won't cost the whole kit and caboodle. And if it doesn't cost the whole kit and caboodle, what can we do with the remaining money?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you, Alder Morrison. If all the money that we have allocated towards the teen center is not used, I mean, the code of ordinance and the charter is very specific on what we can do with unused capital funds. So we can either use it as what we call a capital sweep that goes towards debt service, and it's a reduction to debt service to make the payment for outstanding bonds, because once we borrow money, it's on a fixed schedule. There's no changing it for that duration. Or we would come back to the Board of Alders and say, hey, we have $75,000, you know, is left over from this account, and we want to redesignate the funds to be used for sidewalks or whatever the project is, or a new project, or whatever the case is. So if we went that route, that would come back before you to be heard. So either a capital sweep, which is accounting, or a redesignation.
Okay, so right now, the city, I suspect the city and the church are in those negotiations. I guess this is to Giovanni. Are in those negotiations, and when do you expect to have an answer in regards to if this money is approved and you guys are moving on, since we've already said no, we don't want to renew the contract? When are you guys expected to have an answer? Maybe I guess from the church, or when did you guys set to come back to the table and say this is the deal that we're offering, or we all came up with?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going back and forth, you know, frequently at this point. There's obviously the deadline of the end of the lease, which is the 30th of September. So that's probably the hard and fast deadline that's out there to come to some sort of terms.
Okay, the end of September. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. No further questions, Madam Chair.
You appear to be unmuted, Madam Chair. Can you hear us? We can't hear you. So perhaps while you're finding your voice, I will continue the list. Alder Morrison has asked her question. I believe, are you back, Madam Chair? No, okay. So I think next on the queue, we have Alder Hurt.
No, it's.
Okay, now you're back, Madam Chair.
No, next on the queue should be Alder Walker Myers after Alder Morrison. Alder Walker Myers?
She appears to be frozen, Madam Chair. Perhaps we could come back to her. Oh, there she is.
Alder Walker Myers?
I have no
She's
questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Alder Festa?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just
Go ahead.
real, Mr. Zinn, how much have we spent so far on repairs that we have done, and what amount have we done repair wise? So how much have we spent and what have we done?
Well, we haven't completed any repairs, since the project was halted in early 2017, as all of the funds were sequestered. Prior to that, I apologize, I don't have that at the tip of my. I'd have to look that up. I don't know, Mike, if you, Mr. Gorman, if you have that handy.
Yeah, I'd have to get that. We can get that back to the committee.
Yeah, I believe we have submitted that to the board previously. We can certainly get that back to you here shortly.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I think
Go ahead.
I think in the past, I have exhausted many questions regarding the teen center, and I think we all know that this actually delights me. So thank you, Mr. Zinn.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
All righty. Alder Furlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to kind of summarize, Mr. Gormany, Mr. Zinn, and thank you again for your explanation. The reason for this transfer at this point is so that when an agreement is reached, the funds will be available and you won't have to come back to this committee and perhaps miss any potential deadlines.
That's correct. The only slight nitpick I would make is that this is not an actual transfer, it's an unsequestration of the funds. So it is the funds that were designated for this purpose in the budget and then promptly sequestered as a policy amendment.
Yep. I use the word transfer because I can't pronounce the other word, but thank you very much.
Fair enough.
Unsequestration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more.
Okay. All righty. Alder Evelyn, do you have questions, ma'am?
Yes. I
Alright.
think it's, I think the question that I have is that where did the funds come from and what were the expectations? If the expectations of the funds were repairs and also meeting and addressing the needs of our teens, then it would be significant to look at how those monies are utilized in the future. Can you help me with that? What is the commitment to these funds?
So,
Yeah, yes,
sorry.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Alder Rodriguez. So the funds were approved as part of the capital budget in fiscal year 2017-18, and the policy amendment rolled with those funds because it's multi-year funding. The initial thought of those funds were to actually do additional repairs that the previous administration at the time planned for the teen center to get it functional. So again, I think not to rehash everything, but there's been a lot of things that have happened since 2017-18 with the teen center. And I think, at this point, we decided not to go forward. I think all we're looking for with the unsequestering of these funds is to abide by our legal obligation within the contract to return the church back to the state or close to the state that we originally took possession of. So these funds actually fit that description because when they were originally approved, they were originally approved as repairs and maintenance and other items that related to the church and the teen center.
Yeah, I would just add that the funding was for, repairs, not for programming. So it's not programming money.
Okay, so as long as we meet the goals of that contract, that would be significant. And the commitments made to the church and to anyone else. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all at this
Okay.
time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Alder Hurt,
Thank
questions?
you, Madam Chair. I have no questions at this time.
All righty, Alder Decker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions. Thank you.
All righty, another go around. Does anyone, any committee member have any additional question on this item? Any additional question from committee? All right, hearing none. Any public testimony on this item? Any public testimony for a second time? And a third time? Hearing no public testimony. All righty. We will move on.
Thank you.
All righty. We are on page 2 of the agenda, item number 4.
All right.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think it's useful to remind the committee and everyone present at these proceedings that at this stage, we're going to treat the next 4 items as a bundle since they're all related, and then ask for testimony after all 4, 5, 6, and 7 are done.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gormany.
All right, Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut. Thank you, Alder Marchand. Mr. Lucas, if you can give me screen sharing capabilities.
Where are you, sir? I'm looking for you. I don't see you. Okay. It is done.
All right. All right, thank you, committee members. As in every fiscal year, we do what is called a pre-audit report. Basically, we close our books as the fiscal year is ending in June. The fiscal year does not officially end in June because we have services that may have taken place in June that we sort of don't get invoiced or whatever until July and sometimes August. So we sort of have a 60-day closeout period, which is very common, not just in municipal, but in private practice, because not everyone has all their bills or whatever the case is, the day that they close their books. So again, what we do is we issue what we call a pre-audit report, and thank you, Alder Marchand, and we issue a transfer on what we've basically been working on the last 60 days between my office, the finance department, our accounting department, and just making sure all our revenues and expenditures match, what our system says. And in the past, between our pre-audit report and when our auditors actually issue the audit, I've been working in the budget office since 2011 under our previous budget director, Joe Clerkin, and controllers. And I have not seen the pre-audit report and the actual audit change significantly since my time, at least. So again, I think these are good numbers. Between now and, I have seen slight variations here and there, but again, nothing significant. Now I will, again, as transparency sakes, the pre-audit report that is online and that was submitted to you did have an error in the audit report, and I apologize, I didn't catch it earlier. So I do want to point it out to you, is that our litigation fund in the audit that you originally had a surplus of about $236,000, and that was actually general fund. which was supposed to be booked against the revenues. I think it was just an error in the formula. So again, that doesn't change the transfer or anything that was submitted to you. And again, the city is still on a $1.9 million when you combine all the major funds as a surplus during the fiscal year. So again, this report I will share with Mr. Lucas for you. I updated this today as I learned from my staff about the error on Friday evening. And I will also repost this as a new version online on the budget website. So I just wanted to get that out the way. To go a little bit into the report. So how did we get here? I know it's a question that everyone has, especially with COVID and other areas, and looking at other areas of the budget. So what I want to do is sort of go back a little bit and just talk about the general fund piece for a second. If you remember, during the early part of the fiscal year, around November, December, the city was really only reporting a budget deficit, which was really due to the Board of Education. At that time, we were predicting balanced budgets and other areas of on the expenditure side of savings. So the city side, you know, we've always tried to sort of predict and project out what we thought, and we were always around that budgeted budget balance there. So again, we worked very closely and hard with the Board of Education, and then COVID hit. And again, what I want to remind the committee is that COVID, not just with my office, but you know, I've seen it with other colleagues that I talked to, it was very hard to project out. And at that time, as early as February and March, the city was projecting between a $13 and $15 million deficit. And that deficit was contingent on our worst case scenarios for revenue losses, our worst case scenario for expenditures at the time. And I think what we did was we already had expenditure controls in place during that time, but we really tightened up during the COVID pandemic. And we really took a look at revenue as well during the COVID pandemic. And each month, I think you've seen the deficit started to go down and decrease in the monthly reports as we projected out. And then in the June monthly, we projected out a $7 million deficit, but that was as of the month of June. That did not take into account the 60-day piece. And I think what you'll see between the difference between the June monthly and this pre-audit report is on the expenditure side, we still had open encumbrances or purchase orders, which meant that that money could have still been spent. And you know, so we were projecting it as spent. And then on the revenue side, we actually did a little better in certain areas than our June monthly projected. So I'm gonna go a little bit into what I have on the screen here for you. So the first page that we're looking at is basically the operating results for fiscal year 2019-20. So what you can see is in the general fund, we did end in a slight deficit of around $359,000 for the year. Our litigation fund, as I mentioned before, basically came on balance. Our medical self-insurance fund, which was one of the biggest contributors, which we'll get into a little bit later, ended in a $2.2 million surplus. And our workers' comp fund basically came in as balance, which is where, so when you add up the revenues over expenditures on all four of the major funds, that's basically where that $1.9 million surplus comes in. Now, if you remember a few years ago with our auditors, the reason why we look at it this way is because essentially we collapsed all our funds into one fund balance. So that's why we look at these four major funds as a whole. So what is the effect on the fund balance? So you'll see, we started out the year with the $15.7 million fund balance. And basically we would end the year, fiscal year 2019-20 at $17.7 million. So we would have increased the fund balance for the year ending June 30th of 2020. So what I'm gonna go into a little bit is how we did on certain revenue categories. We did really well on taxes, and I think this was during the mayor's leadership. You know, we were one of the first cities to really reopen our tax office. Early on during the COVID pandemic, we really did see a decline in tax collections during that period because there were certain methods and certain collections that we would normally do between the month of March and June. And with governor's orders and local orders, you know, we weren't able to sort of collect as we have in the past. But the mayor, and working with the mayor and the mayor's office and everyone under his leadership, we really were able to sort of reopen the tax office late May to sort of re-engage citizens in any back taxes or whatever other taxes that may have been owed, because that does delay certain things. Like if you owe car taxes, you can't get your registration or other areas. So the result of this, plus the 60-day closeout and collection period, really resulted in about $3 million above budget for taxes. I know during COVID, when we did the first monthly and we were looking at trends, we were projecting to be under by about $3.5 to $4 million in taxes. So that was definitely a positive swing for us, you know, during this pandemic. And I apologize, moved a little quickly. Section 2 of our revenue, as you know, we group our major revenues into sections, our state grants. The city had received most of its state grants before COVID, so that was definitely a positive for us. So we really did not see any decline in any state revenue for the city. So state revenues really came on budget for us, which was a great help. License permits and fees. I will point out our building department and our building official. I think he did a great job during COVID. And, you know, we really, while we did not meet the budget of 17.9 million, I think when COVID started, we were really only projecting about $13.5 million in building permit fees. As you can see, we basically ended the year on the pre-audit report of $15.6 million. So this was really our building official working with the different vendors and making sure projects really didn't stop in New Haven. Now, we did have some delays in some projects, but again, as we testified during the budget hearings, those projects were just delayed. So we're really going to recognize those in fiscal year 21. The building, our building official, Jim Tercio, hasn't given me any indication that any of those projects have been canceled. So again, you know, I think that was a great story for us to get $15.6 million in building permits during the pandemic. And meter receipts, while that did not come on budget, it was still $5.1 million, which I would have loved to see that number on budget, but it still met our exceeded my projections during the COVID pandemic. As you know, there was a big period where there was no enforcement or really any cars during COVID that were really parking downtown and paying the meters. So again, I think that was more than what we expected during the end of the fiscal year. I think with not a lot of activity, and we've seen it, and I will have to give kudos to our Treasury Department you know, working with me and our chief accountant, we did see another great year of interest in our different operating bank accounts. As you can see, we budgeted 700,000 and ended with about $1.8 million of interest that was earned for the general fund. So that's another great story that we've seen. We were able to continue the interest rates that we have the past few years. And, you know, we continue to conservatively budget that number, because as interest rates are good, they can also dip at any moment in time as well. So that's a good story for us. Again, I think I mentioned parking tags. You know, we did end up collecting $3.3 million from traffic and parking. Again, that did not meet budget, but I think during the pandemic, you know, we definitely seen during May and June sort of a slight pickup in parking tags. So. And I think in other revenues, you know, basically came in as budgeted with, you know, we do see a slight pop in the voluntary payments. That was basically the calculation with Yale and the CPI index and the voluntary increase. That was normal during the fiscal years that we've seen. So that was about an additional $680,000 that came in than we originally anticipated. You know, we didn't, I know the pandemic and with a change in leadership, we really, you know, we talked previously about the revenue initiative line. We didn't meet that, so that was, but I know we had talked a little bit about that during the previous monthlies that we had I had testified about before. Overall, we did not meet budget by $6.5 million. Now, while I would have loved to have met budget, I think this was definitely a much better scenario than we had first reported when the pandemic had started, which definitely was an improvement between March and April and what we were projecting in revenue. So I'm gonna go on to a few different pages because this is really historic information and repeating what I just mentioned on the revenue side. And I'm gonna move over to our expenditure page. So overall, our expenditures, we saved a lot of encumbrances, like I said, between the pandemic. We really tightened up the controls on the expenditure side, and we really did not allow departments to spend any funding. So I would give kudos to our coordinators and department heads for working with OMB staff and the finance staff on just making sure we were able to still deliver daily operations, even though the city was closed, and still providing certain services while being tight on the budget. Again, I think this exceeded my expectations, even from when management budget produced the June monthly, that we were able to save so much funding on the city side and the Board of Ed side. As you can see, just quickly going through, you know, we had a $2.6 million in savings in the police department. Now, a lot of that was personnel and vacancies during the year, but they also did have some non-personnel savings as well during the budget year. So again, the police department, while majority of it was personnel and it was able to cover the excess and overtime, they still ended up with a under budget by $2.6 million. Our health department was under budget by about 467,000. A majority of that was really personnel. And again, personnel savings within the health department. Again, we were able to, again, as I've been testifying during the pandemic, we still had a $5.9 million expenditure savings while we moved over money for the COVID fund that we had set up where our expenses came out. We moved $1.1 million over to the COVID fund as the city's match. Again, I testified previously that there are other programs besides FEMA that may help the city with the match. So if that is the case, the funding that we moved over would come back to the general fund. But again, to be cautious and conservative, that 1.1 million would basically be our 25% match for the COVID expenses for the months of March through June. So that way we're not scrambling in any other fiscal year to find that funding. We closed out Storm Sandy, which is why you see that the actual spend on that account is $1.9 million. Again, some of the FEMA storms, some of the FEMA stuff can take up to 3 to 5 years to finally close out. And once that fifth year hits, I'm gonna just say the 5th year hits, you have to find the money to have that local match. So again, we moved over about 890,000 to satisfy that account from the storm. Contract reserve did lapse about $1.2 million. Again, that money is was for the open contracts and everything that we had at that point during last fiscal year. Obviously during COVID, we weren't doing a lot of negotiations or anything with unions as we were trying to deal with the pandemic. So that account did end up lapsing $1.2 million. Public Works had, they had vacancies throughout the year. And some non-personnel savings that they were able to lapse about $847,000 in their account for Public Works. And again, I think the big one here is the Board of Ed. As you know, they started out the fiscal year 1920. They started out fiscal year 1920 basically with a $20 million gap, and they were able to narrow that gap to 0 on our side. And I think I'll go through the report, but I know the CFO from the Board of Ed, Phil Penn, is here, so I'll let him talk a little bit about that. I'll try to make it quick because I know the Board of Education has a meeting at the same time as well right now. So, so again, I think the city was able to lapse about $5.9 million in actual expenditure costs, which, as you can see, was almost able to offset the loss in revenue that the city had. So that's why we had that small deficit of about $360,000 in the general fund. This is just a breakdown of various accounts for the general fund. The next thing I'm gonna move on to really is workers' comp. Or I'm sorry, this is our litigation fund, right? Yeah. So this is our litigation fund. As you can see, based on the actual expenditures between 1819 and 1920, we did reduce those expenditures. Now, some of this was COVID related because we weren't doing a lot of litigation during the pandemic, but I do want to say that, and President Walker Myers is a part of this committee, a strong voice on this committee, is that I think also what we're seeing is the change in the way the litigation settlement committee conducts its business, and the rules when cases come up that are, or the questions that are asked to have the city administration put different mechanisms in place to sort of try to curtail some of the litigation that the city sees. And I think we're noticing that as a committee member myself, along with President Walker Myers, as we ask more questions when litigation comes up, it makes us think of how can we conduct business differently. And Mr. Jackson is the chair of that committee. So I think, the next few years and some of the things that we put in place with the litigation committee, settlement committee, we'll see those numbers hopefully trend downward, between the city and the Board of Ed. But as you can see, I know with COVID, the last few months we really didn't do a lot of litigation, but still the numbers were down from the previous year, almost $1 million for litigation. The same thing with our workers' comp fund. As you can see, we were about $8.3 million compared to $9 million in actual expenditures. And workers' comp is one of those items that really doesn't stop, because we still had public safety and field workers out in the field. So we continued with workers' comp. And I think it's some of the programs that we started the last few years on really aggressive return to work meetings, working with our risk management folks on getting these numbers down. So I think you see, we're trending in the right direction. Again, COVID did play a small part because we do have more employees teleworking as well. But I think also it's from a policy and procedure standpoint that hopefully some of these numbers will start going down in the next few years for workers' comp. And our medical fund. Again, our medical fund, we had a really good year in medical. If you look from July to January, we were already on the trend of having less expenditures than the previous years. So that is some of the items that we put into place in the prior year and a half, such as switching some of our retirees over to Medicare Advantage. That saved us quite a bit of money in the tune of between $1.5 and $2 million. When we settled some of the contracts, such as 3144 and 884 a year and a half ago, we put in the HIT plan, which is the health incentive plan to, see a doctor. You have to have a primary physician, and just certain measures like that. So I think we'll really start in the next few years to see some of that really pay off. And again, in this report, you'll see from July to January, we were already down in expenditures for the fiscal year. So February through June, COVID hit, and, we did have 1 month where expenditures, the month of March, that's really when COVID started to hit, was down, but you see a decline. Now, not for this meeting probably, but I know me and Alder Marchand and a few other committee members, we're on the watchful eye of, will there be a spike in medical claims at some point? And that is something that we continue to monitor on our end, along with Steve Labrandy and the Board of Education as far as benefits concerned. The only other major change to medical, I apologize, I kind of got ahead of myself here. So you'll see on the expenditure side, for fiscal year 2019-20, we had $111.8 million of expenditures compared to 118.5 of the previous fiscal year. On the revenue side of medical, the bigger change, and I can go a little bit more into detail later on if you like, is our prescription rebate. As you can see, in the past few years, we received about $3 million to $3.2 million of prescription rebate. We are working with Anthem. They do have a new system and a new pharmacy and a few other areas. And unfortunately, you know, there is a timing to when we could book certain items to fiscal year 20 per generally accepted accounting principles and working with our auditors. But we will not realize a prescription rebate in fiscal year 1920, but we are working with Anthem to get that in the 2020-2021 year as we speak. But even without, and again, if you look at the June monthly and compare it to the pre-audit report, that will be one of the bigger changes on the medical side is the June monthly showed the prescription rebate as opposed to the pre-audit where it's more of a better snapshot in time of, I know we're not going to get the prescription rebate at this moment. But even without the prescription rebate, you see that the medical fund still ran a $2.2 million operating surplus between the expenditures and the revenues, which allowed us, as you can see with the fund balance, when you look at this as an individual fund, we were able to lower the fund balance from a negative $3 million to a negative $793,000. So I'm gonna just scroll up to the top here. So again, I know this is definitely a lot of information to take in. The last piece I will talk about is basically the transfer. What the transfer does is a requirement via the charter and the code of ordinance. Basically, the departments that ended up negative for the year, we basically take the departments that ended positive and basically supplement the departments that ended negative. You know, so it's a normal transfer. This is really a paper transaction to satisfy the charter and the code of ordinance requirements. But basically, these departments ended the fiscal year negative, which I touched on some of them. You know, the mayor's office was because there was a change in administration and, you know, we had employee payouts in other areas in the mayor's office. The fire department, we had already done a transfer that was approved in June of $1 million. Basically, we needed another $280,180 to satisfy the fire department at the end of the fiscal year. And a majority of that was overtime driven. And building and economic development were non-personnel matters that we had to satisfy as of June 30th of 2020. And the rest of these are really just, besides storm cleanup, are just employee costs that, you know, just depends on how you're trending during that fiscal year. So that is the transfer that is also before you, is really just to clean up any of the departments that we are projecting to end in a deficit. I'm not sure if the Board of Education meeting is still going on, Madam Chair, but I want to turn it over to Mr. Penn to give a briefing on how the Board of Ed balanced this budget.
All right, is Mr. Penn with us?
Mr. Penn is with you.
Good evening, Mr. Penn. How are you?
I'm terrific. How are you tonight?
I'm well. Your name and address for the record, just before we start, sir?
Sure. Philip Penn, Chief Financial Officer, Board of Education, 2 Hollyberry Lane, Burlington, Connecticut, 06013.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is a possibility I may get recalled to the other meeting on very short notice. I apologize for that in advance if that's the case. If there's questions I can't cover, please just pass them along to Mr. Gormany and I'll be gladly follow up as soon as I can.
Okay.
You know, Mr. Gormany mentioned a deficit at the beginning of the year of about $20 million. And I truly think that was a bit overstated under the prior administration. That they failed to account for some additional revenues that they should have in that initial estimate. I can recall when I was interviewing for my position, which was in the October timeframe, I asked, I've seen a bunch of different numbers. What's the real deficit? And I was told it was around 10 million. And the first reported figure that I saw in November when I joined the organization was 8.4. And I really want to kind of focus my comments on what transpired between that 8.4 million and the very, very small surplus we had for the year. And I hate to say it this way, but COVID did drive a lot of that. As you might imagine, with schools closed and the building's dark and the bus is not running and certain part-time staff we didn't cover every single part-time staff if they already had a full-time job. We did recognize some savings because of that. The biggest savings we had versus our projected deficit back then was $3.3 million in utilities. We were recognizing some benefit in the electrical line before the pandemic hit, and it just accelerated very quickly after that. Instructional supplies, we spent about $2 million less than we anticipated for the full year. Some of that was because they're consumables, and obviously with the students at home, we weren't consuming as much in the classroom as you might expect. But we did also in January put out a request that the schools only ask for things that they truly needed. Make sure it's an emergency request. It's fundamental to your direct operation of the building. If this is really just a nice to have, please don't submit it. And the schools were very good about complying with that. Other contractual services came in $1.5 million lower than we were expecting. Some of that was discounts that we were able to negotiate with special education providers, given how their models had shifted. Similarly, what we were able to do with our facilities contracts, very similar to what we were able to do with our IT services contracts. Overtime and benefits, as you might expect. We had very little overtime after the pandemic started. And back at around the January timeframe as well, we really started looking very, very closely at who was incurring overtime and asking some very tough questions around why are you incurring this? And once you start asking those kind of questions, you see a change in behavior, and that's exactly what we saw. I would also mention, as far as that goes, in terms of the benefit payouts, we had substantially lower retirements from our teacher ranks than we typically have in past years. I don't know if that's pandemic driven or if teachers felt like they just wanted to kind of stick around for a little bit longer. But the payouts that are normally associated with retiring teachers were considerably lower than what we've experienced in prior years.
Madam Chair, this is Alderman Marchand. I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Penn. I'm wondering if Mr. Gormany could stop screen sharing at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. Please continue, Mr. Penn.
Very good.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Mr. Penn.
That's quite all right. Part-time staff came in about $500,000 less than we were expecting back in November. As you may know, we kept it on as many of our staff as we could. That was the directive under the executive order. It was the directive from the Board of Ed. But one of the things the Board of Ed made clear was if somebody already has a full-time job and has a part-time job on top of that, unless it's directly related to student academic outcomes, we're going to start backing off on some of those part-time jobs. So there was a bit of a savings there as well. Administrative, management, support staff, back in November of 19, we had already started leaving vacant all the positions that didn't directly relate to safe and effective operation of the schools. One of those I can speak to personally. In November, we had the administrative assistant for the chief operating officer retire. And I had worked out with the chief operating officer that the replacement for that position was going to be shared by both of us, as opposed to both of us each having our own, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we kept that position open until I think it was April by the time we finally hired it, recognizing that we were in a deficit. So there were some things I would have loved to have passed off to administrative assistant during that time frame that frankly we just did ourselves as a means of saving some money for the district. And really the only thing that came in substantially higher than what we were projecting back in November when that $8.4 million deficit was put together was special education tuition. Some of that had to do with additional costs from students that came into the district. Some of that, when we finally locked onto the rate and settled on contracts with those providers, they were a little bit higher than we were anticipating. But let me say this, I'm the face that you see at some of these meetings, but getting down to a small surplus of just under $1,000 took a lot of people's effort besides me. It's everybody in the finance staff. It's working with our partners in the schools. It's working with the other central office administration. I didn't think we would get there, quite frankly. I'll be blunt about that. I thought we were going to come in with a small deficit for the year. I didn't think we can get to the plus side of the zero, but we did. So, we're continuing a lot of that momentum going forward now because we've made some process changes that I think were necessary. As an example, back in the January timeframe, we implemented a policy that when we had a new certified staff opening for a teacher, we didn't want to go deeper than 6 steps into the salary schedule for most general positions in there. And if it was a high need area, meaning that there's more competition, we try to eliminate it to 8 steps into the table. Then we kind of shifted our thinking subsequently to that and started really looking hard at, can we get a savings versus the outgoing salary for the teacher that's leaving versus the incoming salary for the teacher that's coming on? And I know that was a painful change for a lot of principals who weren't used to operating that way, but it was a necessary one. You can't always just hire the most experienced candidate without a disregard for what the budget for that position is. So we started looking at every single position that turned over to say, okay, if the prior teacher was making $83,000, is there an opportunity for bringing somebody in at 47 or 53 or 57 and booking that as a savings versus where we are? And what I could tell you is, from the time that we started doing that very aggressively around the beginning of April, we've probably saved upwards of $1 million in salary in terms of positions that we've hired over that time frame. So that's playing into how we close the anticipated deficit that we would have started the year with, absent some other things that would have happened. But we took a little bit of time, or I should say I took a little bit of time to step back after I got here to really try to get the lay of the land and understand how we did certain processes before saying, okay, I feel comfortable about how we're doing it, but we're going to do it a little bit differently now going forward. And I think there's more of that to come. What I have found is I'm working with an administrative team and a staff within finance that's willing to make those kind of changes because they understand that you can't make decisions in a vacuum without understanding the fiscal consequences that go along with them.
Okay. All righty.
All right, Madam Chair, I think, I know it's a lot of information, but I think we'll take any questions that committee members may have.
All righty. We will start with Alder Marchand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Mr. Gormany and Mr. Penn for giving that very detailed and helpful explanation. In particular, I want to thank you, Mr. Penn, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this evening. I know you're trying to do 2 meetings at once. Many of us have been in that position before. It's an uncomfortable position to be in. And I would just observe that we heard from the current and the previous administration of the Board of Ed that it makes a big difference having a CEFO on staff, and this seems to be one indication that that statement was true. Clearly, it's quite something that we heard such dire predictions just a matter of months ago about double-digit millions of dollars of deficit, and now we are basically pulling even. So it's pretty remarkable. In terms of a question, and I guess it's for either one of you, if we were to try to boil down the narrative this evening, it seems that we were expecting to get really hit hard in revenue, but we did okay. And we ended up spending far less money because during the pandemic, the government just had to slow down and do less things for a period of time. Does that ring true to you, gentlemen? Or would you tweak that explanation of how we came to where we are today.
You want, go ahead, Phil.
I think the only other thing I would add to that is we just kept working the problem.
Mm.
It was from the time, and I can only speak from the time I got here, right? But it was 7 or 8 months of just continuing to work away at the problem. We would chip away a few $100,000 a month from the projected deficit and just kept working it downward. And I told my team, it's just, there's a way to solve this. There's not going to be a magic bullet that's going to drop $5 million into our pockets here. But if we keep chipping away at the little stuff, it'll eventually add up.
Mike, Mr. Gormady, did you want to add to that?
No, I think Phil put it perfectly, is that, it's really, as the budget director and the acting controller, I, thank my staff and everyone else. And as Phil mentioned, you have to have people willing to really look at making a change, especially during a pandemic that none of us have ever been a part of. And, again, while revenue didn't meet the budget, it was still a much better outcome than we could have hoped for, because that could have easily have been flipped from, a negative $6 million to a negative $12 million not meeting budget, or a negative $5.9 million in expenditures. So I think Phil put it perfectly, and you did as well, Alderman Marchand. It's just a lot of hard work, and I think, me and Phil have a great working relationship, and, we're going to keep it that way between the city and the Board of Ed, and make sure, while things aren't perfect, we're going to try to keep moving it on to the city getting to fiscal stability, basically, on the city and the Board of Ed side. And I think this shows our efforts in trying to do so.
Thank you for that. Just one more thing, Madam Chair. I appreciate Mr. Gormany reminding us that some of those healthcare avoidance those chickens may come home to roost later on, as many people put off primary and preventive care visits during the pandemic. And medical experts all over the place are worried about that coming back to bite us collectively down the road. But I would just ask one more question, which is, in addition to your statement, Mr. Penn, that it's really just continuing to work the problem that was key, are there any other lessons to be learned in terms of what worked that we can apply going forward in how we manage our finances and how we budget? And do you have any of those lessons learned that you could offer tonight?
So that's a very interesting question. I guess the one thing that I've learned, not so much from the pandemic, and maybe not so much even from New Haven, but collectively over time, is in an organization like the one I service, you got to get the salaries right, and most other stuff will fall into place. 80+% of our costs are probably personnel driven, if not a little bit higher. So, that's really where you got to focus your attention. And there are things around the margins that you got to manage in the remaining 20%, but typically those don't move very much. You'll get inflationary changes that impact those that don't do a lot. But if you take your eye off the ball with respect to personnel, you can get hit pretty hard. And I found that in all the municipalities in which I've worked, that you really got to pay a lot of attention to where you are on an outgoing position versus an incoming position, and treat each of those individually as an opportunity for savings.
Thank you for that, Mr. Penn. Anything else, Mr. Gormany, before I yield?
Nope, I'm all set.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me.
All righty. Alder Ernie?
No question at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Alder DeCola?
No questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alder Jeanette? Alder Morrison.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a question for Phil in regards to the Board of Ed. And I noticed that one of the comments that you made was you're looking at the fiscal consequences. But me, social worker, I'm always looking at human consequences. And these numbers for me aren't just numbers. They're people behind these numbers. And I just want to get an understanding why there was a decision to cut the custodial services during this 10-week period, which affects 250 Black and Brown New Haven residents who barely get 20 hours a week. And when you were going over all these areas of different savings and different pots of money and things of that sort, I'm just trying to understand why the system could not come up with a plan to address the cleanliness or lack thereof issue of the 51 schools that we have in this city, which when it's all said and done, when the schools go back in person or half and half hybrid, that type of deep cleaning and all those different things are going to be necessary. So I'm trying to understand why would that group be identified, because they're the most vulnerable group of people who are really at the bottom. And so it really throws my head in a spin when systems tend to look at their budgets and they go for the little guy. And I'm trying to understand, why was that decision made? Why didn't you guys try to come up with a plan where you didn't have to touch that $750,000, 50 plus dollars? And yeah, I want to know why, and why can't we come up with something? Because systems tend to say, well, we have this other system, we have unemployment, and if a person gets laid off, they can go to unemployment. Well, unemployment takes about 4 to 6 weeks to kick in. So by the time the check kicks in, they're going back to work. And by the time the check kicks in, even though they have this moratorium on evictions and all of that, you got to think about these families. Not only have we taken the money out of their pocket, but their kids are home because of the pandemic. Their bills have increased because of the pandemic, because they got to feed these kids and do everything else as far as being a teacher, being a parent, being everything. But now we look at a budget and not really look at the human consequence that happens. And especially during this pandemic, because it's just bad all around. And I know that the governor's executive order, the first go around, allowed for cities, towns to continue paying everyone. But this time, each city and town had to take the L, like the young people would say, take the loss, if that's what's necessary, because it makes me nervous when this vulnerable group of people are not working. Because now they're saying, because a lot of these guys and ladies that do the cleaning are second chance people. They had other ways of making money, which wasn't probably in any of our best interests, but they're trying this work thing now. And with trying this work thing, they're learning that at any given time, because someone's looking at a budget and they need to find pots of money that someone could just pull the rug from up under your feet and give you a 5-day notice. I'm trying to understand why, because that's not right. that's not right. So I'm gonna put myself on mute, and hopefully, Phil, you can convince me of a reason to affect 250 families, not just people, person, singular, but 250 families. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Mr. Penn, do you have any response?
So let me say this. I appreciate the view and I understand where you're coming from. It's 166 part-time positions at Echo Urban that are impacted. The 104 that are Board of Ed employees are not affected by this at all. And in fact, there's about 25 of the Echo Urban people that stay on board during the whole plan that we put together. One of the reasons that we put this plan together is that we don't have kids in the building right now. So it's difficult to us to continue to pay for services where the buildings aren't as dirty when the kids are there. And in fact, one of the things that we proposed in this plan is hiring an additional 25 people through Echo Urban once the kids come back, and increasing the hours of the existing Echo Urban people once the kids come back. So it may be pitched as a cost save, and that's probably the language that's floating around out there, but it actually costs us $150,000 more to do this than Echo Urban would have originally been paid. So it's a temporary fix for us in terms of delaying those hours until the kids are back in the schools, when we want to put back on additional cleaning staff during the day and additional cleaning staff during the nighttime hours. So if the message that's out there is that we're doing this for a cost save, that simply isn't true. This actually costs us more money going forward than the original than our baseline with Echo Urban would have. And in fact, in a meeting that we had just this past Friday afternoon with Echo Urban, with their union leadership, with the mayor's office, with part of my team, the executive management team for the Board of Ed, we actually said, if you got a better plan for us, share it with us. But for now, we want to make sure that we've got the most effective cleaning for when the kids are back in the building, to make sure that we can keep that building as clean as possible when all the staff and all the kids are there as well. So if this has been pitched as a cost save, I'm sorry, but that's just not true. This actually costs us more money over the course of the full year than what the original baseline would have been had we not done this.
So I don't care anything about pitches. I care about John, Juanita, Lamont, Jim that live across the street. That's what I care about. And I care about the fact that they're gonna go apply to for unemployment, and for at least 4 to 6 weeks, they have no income. That's what I care about. I care less about a pitch or whatever. It's tomatoes. If I don't have a check coming in, that's gonna affect this house. And if it affects this house, that'll affect those children. And if it affects those children, then my job, DCF, gets called. Why? Because folks are frustrated. They don't have no money. Kids are hungry. They're crying. It's a mess. So again, as far as the buildings are concerned, from what I hear, those buildings are a mess. Even though there has been no kids in them, they're a mess. From what I'm hearing, there have been requests that the schools go through some type of evaluation and have a check off to say that this school is considered to be clean. And if we don't put the work into making sure that happens, when this 10 weeks is over and you guys are saying, okay, now the kids can go back in the building, but you're gonna play catch up with all that nasty cleaning, kill you, disinfectant type stuff is in the building while the children are there? Because I don't have little kids anymore. But if I did, that would be a problem. As a matter of fact, it is a problem because all the kids are my kids, since I don't have no little kids anymore. So it's not about that. It's about my neighbor who was given 5 days to try to figure out what his life is going to look like for the next 10 weeks when he has to come home to his wife and tell his wife he don't have no money for the mortgage. He don't have no money for the food. And then what? Then people are pushed to go find other means of income. And then we got a whole nother problem. We already got problems as we see our crime and drug dealing and all that stuff. It's just going up, 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 up. So when you affect 250 families, that stuff is going to continue to go up. So again, I just wanted to try to understand why. I hear you saying that you asked them to come up with another plan, but if you all that make your check every week have made this decision that this is what it's going to be, then they really, what are they going to do? What kind of plan? And you said that it's not 250. If it's 25 people, that's too much. That's a problem. I have a problem with that. So I guess, Phil, you're not going to be able to convince me that what you guys chose to do was the right thing, because now I got families that I got to look at every single day that I know don't have no money or a way to make it for the next 6 weeks until unemployment could kick in. So, Madam Chair, I don't have any other questions. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Alder Walker Myers, any questions for these on this items?
Madam Chair, Alder Walker Myers is trying to get back in, but she's not currently with us.
Okay, we can move to Alder Festa in the meantime. Alder Festa?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions and just even a concern, because a statement was made by Mr. Penn regarding personnel and getting the right cost savings on personnel. The teachers just took a freeze in their pay, but the administrators actually got raises. So your comment was kind of a little contradictory in my opinion, because the teachers who probably deserve the increase in salary are the ones that did not receive them, and yet the administrators took their raises when, quite frankly, it's, in my opinion, more ethical for they to hold back on theirs as well until the teachers got raises too. So can you just explain that 80-20? I mean, the 80-20 rule is everywhere anyway, but this 80-20 about personnel costs and how we need to watch that in the future.
So to be fair, the administrator's contract was settled in December, pre-Christmas, long before we were talking about anything having to do with the pandemic. The teachers union leadership and I started having conversations around this probably during the July timeframe. Now that may be a little bit late, but now somewhere around that timeframe, around ways that could be mutual beneficial for both the teachers and for us. So recall that part of the proposal with the teachers was that they have step increase now in years 2 and year 3 of what is now an extended contract. They also got some terminology changes in terms of the number of meetings that they would attend during a particular month. They also had a clause that was going to sunset. So it's not like the teachers got nothing out of that deal. So it's a little apples to oranges to try to compare the two, I think. And literally you have a pandemic sitting in between the two. So yeah, I mean, I can understand what you're saying. The administrators did get raises. That is 100% true. The teachers went through a different route and wanted to try to come up with a contract extension that takes them out to the end of 2023. And that's kind of where we thought it was beneficial for both parties, and the Board of Ed felt the same way.
Well, I just look at it, you know, it happened also with our police department pre-contract where the chiefs got raises and the officers did not. And it's just more of, I don't know what the right word is. I'm getting COVID brain. You know, but ethical integrity anyway, and that's fine. I mean, this has nothing to do with the pandemic. Union contracts have nothing to do with the pandemic in general. But I understand your topic, your answer. I hope you understand my statement. And regarding the pandemic, because the schools are opening 10 weeks later, are we missing out on grant money from the state because of that?
The one thing I'm most concerned about with the 10-week remote plan that we have right now is that you probably heard somewhere along the line that New Haven was slated to receive $5.4 million from the governor's discretionary money to help with the reopening, to help with additional PPE down the road, that type of thing. We were made aware last Thursday, and my board is now aware of this as well, that was cut by 2.6 million. And it was cut because we were told, unlike the first round of CARES Act money, this money needs to be spent by December 31st. And unlike the first round, which was very much an entitlement grant that looked very close to Title I, this money was completely at the governor's discretion. So there was a pot of money that the governor had discretion over it in terms of allocating to the districts. And you know, I had a fairly candid conversation with my counterpart at the state, at the Department of Education, around how this transpired. And the answer literally was, with the money having to be spent, we're trying to target money toward the districts that have the best chance of spending it all by the December 31st deadline. And with you guys effectively in a remote mode until well into November, there's less likelihood that you can spend it. So they didn't cut all of the money, but they cut a very significant portion of the money. We're having conversations around trying to get that restored. Dr. Tracy met with the governor over lunch, I believe last Thursday, I want to say. So at the very highest level, the governor is aware about the fact that, or it must have been Friday, the governor is aware of the fact that this is particularly bad for the largest school district in the state. So that is one concern that I'm working on right now. Our delegation's aware of it as well. And so we got to find a way of negotiating our way through all this. But clearly it's detrimental to us to have to be in that position, to try to win that back as opposed to having it at the outset. It'll be a little bit different on that 5.4 million if we get it fully restored, and that it is a reimbursement grant. And what I mean by that is you don't get to pull down the money in advance. You basically send them copies of your invoices and they reimburse you for it. So that adds to a little bit of the complexity. But that's really where the battle we have right now around where the grant money is shaping up. Most of the rest of the grant money, I'd say we would be relatively okay based on what we understand so far.
I mean, my concern is that a lot of these cost savings that both the city and the Board of Ed are experiencing are due to COVID. And I'm just concerned about what the future months will hold once we get back to some form of normalcy. And that cut that the state made is crucial because it affects the students of this city.
That's
and
right.
as you are well aware, we have still thousands of students that are not online. And that is a concern for me, and I'm sure my colleagues as well, because our youth are the most important group, as well as our elderly in this city. And those are the two groups we need to focus most on.
So if I can add one thing to that point specifically.
Yes.
Point of order, before we proceed, I just want to remind us that the item that we've been talking about is the pre-audit report for fiscal year 1920, the year-end transfer. We do have the July monthly that we could talk about. And in fact, at some point, Mr. Gormany could give us any kind of highlights that are from that July monthly. But we don't have a workshop on the educational program for this fiscal year on our agenda. So we do need to keep to our, what's publicly noticed and what people may have come to talk about.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just looking back at some notes that I took during this whole thing, and that came up as one of my notes. So there's a lot that we've been discussing here tonight regarding this audit. But thank you, Mr. Penn. Mr. Gormany, I think I have questions somewhere in my notes, but I can always email them to you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Did Alder Walker Myers get back on the line? Do we?
Not right now, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll move on to Alder Furlow.
I have no questions at this time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question.
Can we ask, before you get, for folks that are not speaking, can you mute your phone systems? Thank you. Go ahead, Alder Evelyn. Sorry.
Yes, and considering your pre-audit report, Mr. Penn, and what you shared, I would like to ask you, did you consider reaching out to the State of Connecticut Department of Labor's Share Work Program before eliminating or discharging the part-time work custodial workers? And the reason why I asked this question is because, you know, the schools, there's been an effort at the state level and that same effort at the local level to make sure that our schools in some capacity return back to their normal order. And if these buildings are not used, things begin to happen to buildings. They need to be taken care of. So that's the primary question I have. There's a share work program that the state has. Did you consider reaching out and seeing what could be done?
Did I personally? No, but I'll be happy to share that information with Echo Urban, who's the vendor that oversees that staff.
Okay, thank you, because it could very well be that some relationship could be established with the Department of Labor and return the workers back in some capacity so that they in turn can protect the buildings that we have invested so much money in to have them for our children. The other thing that I'd like to bring to your attention is, as you say, there's issues probably of cost effectiveness in reference to personnel. Are you taking into account when you're saying decreasing salaries in bringing back the same quality and expertise that a number of this personnel upon leaving takes with them? So again, is it cost effective to decrease a salary in the hopes to hire individuals with that expertise for a lesser salary? Have you looked at that?
We try to achieve a balance between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Are you finished, ma'am?
The other question that I have, and this is the last question, thank you, Madam Chair, is in
Go right ahead.
reference to the classroom, the direct classroom activity. You know that we have all of our children in classrooms, special needs, English limited, all of that. Are you taking into account, as you consider cutting positions, being very careful not to interfere, but in fact enhance all of the services in the capacity of direct services to our children in the classrooms, especially in the changes that you have to make due to COVID-19? And
So if I
preserving
think I
and
understand
taking
your question, as a matter of fact, there were 2 items on the agenda on the Board of Ed that were up for discussion as I left to come here. that specifically were addressing the needs of the special education population and the English language population. Trying to increase the level of services and potentially pulling them back into the buildings earlier for direct in-person instruction.
Thank you. As you consider these things in reference to preserving the classroom and
Madam
everything that
Chair, I'm
goes on
going to
in the
call
classroom, I
another
want to
point
say
of
thank you.
order. I really have to
Thank you, Madam
remind
Chair.
colleagues that we're talking about last fiscal year. His plans for this fiscal year are actually not on the agenda. So let's please stick to what the item on the agenda is, which is the closeout of fiscal year 1920. Now there is a July monthly, and there may be,
Thank you.
although it probably doesn't have much information, we'll find out from Mr. Gormany. But we do have to talk about 1920, which is what we've been talking about.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair,
Alder Marchon, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Thank
at this
you.
point, I do need to rejoin my other meeting.
Okay, if you have to go, cannot be helped. We thank you for joining us this evening, sir.
If there's any further questions, please relay them through Mr. Gorman and I'll be happy to address them. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Penn.
Thank you, sir. All righty. Next on the queue for questions, Ron Hurt, Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for reminding us of the year in which we are working on tonight. That's in question. So I will definitely refrain from asking any questions, Madam Chair, but I do have some major concerns, and but thank you for keeping us on point. But I do have some major concerns about the cuts that's taking place. And Mr. Vice Chair, thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Alder Charles Decker.
Madam Chair, if I might just add real quick, just to be abundantly clear, we can ask questions about cuts that were made, and that certainly has implications going forward. But we can't turn an examination into last year's fiscal year closeout into a workshop about everything that the Board of Ed is trying to do this year, even though we might have strong opinions about it. So if we're going to ask questions, it just has to be about last year. You can have concerns and ask about those concerns, but they really need to be looking at last year. So that, just to clarify my point of order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alder Marchand. So noted. Where were we? Alder Decker?
I have no questions, and the Vice Chair's advice is well noticed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very well. Thank you. All right, I'll ask again on items 4, 5, and 6. Do we have any other questions for the committee before I open it up for a public, any public comments? Any committee members with any additional questions? Was Alder Walker Myers able to rejoin us? And did she have any questions? I don't see her on screen, so maybe not. All right. At this time, I'll ask for anyone from the public that might have a question on items 4, 5, and 6. Any public testimony on items 4, 5, and 6? Any public testimony on items 4, 5, and 6? Hearing none, we're going to move on to item 7, which is the last item on the agenda. All right, Mr. Gormany, you want to give us a little blurb on item 7, which
Sure.
is the July monthly?
Sure, Michael Gormany, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut. Yeah, so the July monthly is the first monthly of the fiscal year, where it really starts to see where we're trending primarily on the revenue side in taxes. When you look at the July monthly for taxes, I apologize, I'm getting the report up on my computer now. I did have it up. Okay, I will share the screen. So I think from a revenue standpoint, the city's main revenue for the first quarter of the fiscal year is really taxes. We really don't get a lot of revenue from the state or from education cost sharing until mainly October. It's a late night. Until the end of September, mid-October. So again, our basis for the July monthly is really looking at taxes and how we're doing. As you can see on this page, we were down from this period, looking at July through July, comparing July 31st of the last 5 fiscal years, down about $15.6 million. Now, again, that does not take into account, I think, what you'll really see is in the month of August, because there is a period where taxes would generally be due by that first Monday in August. We actually do see an influx of taxes between that weekend and the first Monday in August. So by no way, and I will say this, is this an indication of where we are projecting or ending in taxes? I think when we look at the August monthly, we'll see a much better number than we see here. But through July 31st of 2020, we see that the city collected about $123.6 million in taxes. So again, that's through July 31st, and taxes really didn't become due or delinquent until August 3rd. The city did implement the 2 tax programs, the deferral program and the low interest program. Both programs run through October. So I think in the next few monthlies, you're going to see a shift in the tax numbers, because as we can normally gauge in the month of August, we really won't be able to gauge how we're doing until the month of October as far as interest. And the deferral program actually garnered about $2.3 million in actual deferred taxes that would normally be due in August, that won't be due until October. So again, that number wouldn't hit until the October monthly as well. So on the revenue side, that's really where we see a majority of our revenue for the month of July. On the expenditure side, you know, this is really where departments are really gearing up on how they're going to spend during the fiscal year. We still do have expenditure controls in place for the fiscal year. So again, I think with a few initiatives that the mayor did in his budget proposal that was approved by the Board of Alders, and a few changes in the next few monthlies, you'll see the expenditure numbers start to shift, especially with the $2 million in savings that was incorporated in the budget and other areas. So right now we are projecting a balanced budget based on what we've seen in the month of July. But again, I think we really will get a firm look after the first quarter of the fiscal year, which is probably after September. We'll really start gauging on how we're doing in overtime for police and fire, and other areas of the expenditure side of the budget. And I apologize, I'm scrolling pretty quickly, but I'm going to the medical section of the monthly report. So as you can see, for medical, and I think this is what me and Alder Marchand mentioned earlier, is while we were down by $3.3 million, when you even compare our July number to the July from 1920, we did add in sort of a 7% buffer, because again, as myself and Alder Marchand said, you know, there's going to be a spike in medical costs that, you know, folks have put off due to COVID-19. So we kind of came to that roundabout number. Again, by no way is this an exact science on predicting how much we're going to spend in medical expenditures. But we did want to sort of add in a buffer to see what fiscal year 21 would look like with increased medical costs. But we are projecting between the increased medical costs, if we stay on a certain path, and again, as I mentioned during the pre-audit report, there were already measures that we put in place. So if we sort of stay on that path, we will be able to balance the medical budget for fiscal year 21. Again, as I mentioned, medical is just one of those things where, again, a few years ago, we had 5 cases that cost over $2 million. It's just one of those unpredictable costs for the city that we continue to keep our eye on. And our workers' comp fund, we were down slightly when you compare fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 20. Again, I think we've made great strides in that program, and we continue to be aggressive in that program as well. So again, I think the July monthly is really just gauging a barometer on where we're starting the trend during the fiscal year. And I think the monthly reports for the upcoming months will show you the progress that the city is making in its numbers. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair, would you like to start us off on the queue? Madam Chair, are you able to hear us? I don't think we can hear you. Perhaps we can start with my questions, which are very brief, which is to say, thank you, Michael Gormany, for pointing out and reminding us about the 2 tax deferral programs. I think it will be important to watch those tax receipts this fall. And also, thank you also for going through the medical, which is always very interesting. I see you put the $3 million for prescription rebates. So that helps us, if everything comes through, to continue this transition from a chronic deficit to a modest surplus in that fund. And I think that's good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are not able to hear you. Maybe click the button again, perhaps. Okay.
You have to log out, log back in, Madam Chair, because your audio is not working.
Perhaps I will just move us through the queue until Madam Chair is able to be heard again. I'm done. And so next would be Alder Santiago. Questions for Mr. Gormany? Alder Santiago, are you still with us? I don't see him. Alder DeCola, questions for Mr. Gormany?
No questions at this time.
Thank you, Alder DeCola. Alder Morrison, questions for Mr. Gormany?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Alder Walker Myers, any questions for Mr. Gormany? I do not see her. Okay, Alder Festa, questions for Mr. Gormley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just, and you may have mentioned this, and I apologize if I'm making you repeat it, but can you give us the COVID-related expenses and or savings? I don't know.
Yeah, so right now, we actually finished up the submission for FEMA for March through June. And the actual expenditures that we submitted are, let me just get that right up. That's not right. Okay. So the actual expenditures that we submitted were $3.1 million for March through June. So the way the COVID submission is going to work with FEMA is we are going to do it on a quarterly basis, which is what FEMA has recommended for cities and towns. So we will have an update probably on the total amount for July through September around that time period, because that will probably be due to FEMA by the end of October.
Okay, thank you for that update, because I think it's important we have at least an idea of what funds we're going to be getting back too, of what we have spent. Now, I think you mentioned, do we have to do a match or some kind of, you mentioned something in the pre-audit, but that was a couple of hours ago. So you'll need to refresh my memory.
Yeah. Sure. So with the COVID expenses, we spent $3.1 million. Now we can submit and FEMA can reimburse us up to 75%. But as you know, there have been different funding sources that have come out, like the CARES Act, which included CDBG, the Emergency Solutions Grant. And then the state also has a program where you have to basically exhaust all your funding sources. And then whatever FEMA or ESG or CDBG does not reimburse for, the state may reimburse us for it. What I wanted to do, just to be on the conservative side and, not, whether it's me or whoever, in the next few years, have to go searching for a FEMA match. I moved over $1.1 million, which is almost 25, a little bit more, close to the 25% of the $3.1 million. Now, if we don't need that, then whatever year we're in, whenever the closeout may happen, that money will just be reciprocated back to the general fund at that point. But again, to be conservative, I didn't want in a future year to have to look for $2 or $3 million somewhere,
Now, if you recall, we also set money aside in the budget of, I want to say, I don't know why 4 million is coming to my head, but we set money aside particularly for those circumstances. So keep that in mind as well when you're calculating this, because it was voted on by the board for 2021 fiscal year.
Absolutely.
Okay, I right now have no further questions other than we already discussed the medical and workers' comp. We know that medical is down due to the pandemic. So we have to keep all that in mind, is that some of our luck this year, or unluck, I don't know, 2020 has been pretty brutal, but it's also saved us a lot of money citywide. So we have to really, really be conscientious about how we spend moving forward, especially once we reach hopefully some kind of normalcy. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mike, for your hard work as well.
Okay, thank you, Alder Festa. Am I being heard now?
Yes, you are, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Alder Furlow, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez,
Yes, I only have one question, Madam Chair.
go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Gormany, in reference to looking at the the employees in terms of their utilizing the healthcare services, were you able to observe if they are actually attending appointments not related necessarily to COVID-19, that they're meeting their normal healthcare needs?
That is a great question, Alder Rodriguez. I think it just depends on the circumstance, right? A great example is myself. I had a medical, something I had to go into my doctor's office for early during COVID. I was one of those rare people that they let into the office. So I think it depends on the condition and other circumstances, and it just depends on your primary care provider. I mean, my other follow-up appointments, for example, were by phone. So I think it depends on the urgent need of the employee and how their medical practice actually operates. I can check with our HR office, but I don't believe we get like that detailed into information like whether Michael Gormley visited his doctor's office on this. Now we can see based on our HIP plan in the, which is in the union contracts, did Michael Gormley get his annual physical? We can see that. But how often someone is utilizing their primary care physician or going into the office, we probably have to dig a little bit deeper into with Anthem.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking the question is because it could be that in the future, we may be impacted in terms of seeing more medical costs because maybe our employees weren't able to receive the necessary care due to COVID-19 taking precedence. I just wanted to say maybe that's also why, one of the reasons why we've been able to save money per the audit in reference to medical. Thank you, Mr. Gormany, and thank you, Madam Chair.
No, absolutely.
Most definitely. Moving right along to Alder Hurt. Do you have questions, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Alder Decker?
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. So at this time, I'll double back just to make sure, does any other committee member have any additional question on item 7, which is the July monthly? No other questions on item 7 from the committee. Is there any public testimony regarding this item number 7, the July 2020 monthly? Any public testimony? And for a third time, no public testimony.
Madam Chair,
Alrighty.
if I might suggest offering one last opportunity for folks to testify on any of the items that were before us this evening.
Right. Okay, this is a one last opportunity for anyone to testify on any item that was presented this evening from 1 to 7. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify on any of these items presented to us this evening? For a second time? And for a third time, is there anyone from the public that might want to testify on any of the items presented this evening?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we close the public hearing portion of this meeting.
Second.
Discussion on closing this public portion? Any discussion? All in favor of closing the public portion, say aye.
Madam Chair,
Aye.
point of order. Point of order, Madam Chair, our procedure has been to call the roll on every vote.
Yes, it has been. Okay, Alder Marchand, are you in favor of closing the
Yes.
public portion? Alder Santiago? Alder Ernie Santiago, closing the public portion? Alder DeCola, are you in favor?
Yes.
Alder Morrison?
Yes.
Alder Walker Myers, not on the call. Alder Anna Festa,
Yes.
Alder Furlow,
Yes.
Alder Evelyn,
Yes.
Alder Hurt,
Yes.
and Alder Decker,
Aye.
and myself, aye. Okay, we're all in favor. Public portion is closed.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if it pleases you, I would like to start making some motions.
Go right ahead.
And there's a reason for why I'm doing this, but I'm going to start from the end of the agenda, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can start from the end and work back.
I move that we read and file items 4, 6, and 7.
Second.
Second.
The item has been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
thank you very much. These 3 items are reports, the pre-audit report, the June monthly, and the July monthly. And it is customary and fitting for us to recommend that they be read and filed. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any other discussion from the committee? Okay. All in favor of reading and filing items 4, 6, and 7? I'll start with Alder Marchand. Are you in favor, sir?
Aye.
Alder Ernie Santiago, are you in favor of the read and file for items 4, 6, and 7? Okay, Alder DeCola, are you in favor of read and file for items 4, 6, and 7?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you, sir. Alder Morrison,
Yes.
Alder Walker Myers, Alder Festa,
Yes.
Alder Furlow,
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez,
Yes.
Alder Ron Hurt,
Yes.
and Alder Charles Decker. Alder Decker?
Aye.
Well, is that a yes?
That is a yes.
Thank you, sir. So motion carries. All the items 4, 6, and 7 have been approved to read and file. Proceed on, Alder Marchand.
Madam Chair, I move item 5, the
Second.
year-end transfer.
Okay, the item has been moved and second. Discussion on item 5, please.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank
Alder.
you. So this is an important piece of good budgetary housekeeping. We're required to do it. And I believe that these transfers create the proper balances so that we're in compliance with the charter. I urge colleagues to vote favorably on the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion on this motion? All in favor, starting with Alder Adam Marchand. Are you in
Aye.
favor? Yes. Alder Ernie? Alder Sal DeCola?
Yes.
Alder Jeanette Morrison?
Yes. Yes.
Alder Taisha Walker Myers? Alder Anna Festa?
Yes.
Alder Richard?
Yes.
Alder Evelyn?
Yes.
Alder Ron Hurt?
Yes.
And Alder Charles Decker.
Aye.
All righty, motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I move item 3, the unsequestration of funds related to the teen center.
Second.
Item has been moved and second. Discussion, please.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am speaking in favor of this motion because I think it's important for the city to have a positive and constructive ending of the business relationship with this church in regards to this one-time proposed teen center. I think it's important for the city to meet its contractual obligations under the lease. I think it's better for the city to have a amicable parting from this church in terms of this project. Clearly, the project did not work out and was had a lot of problems along the way. And I'm going to leave it at that. I urge colleagues to support the motion to unsequester the funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I am in agreement with that. You know, we need to definitely wrap this up and close it out. And in on sequestration of the funds will allow the city to do that, then be a good business partner. So yes, I'm in favor and in support of this item also. Any other discussion? Alder Festa, go ahead. I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too agree with unsequestering these capital funds. I think it's the right thing to do at the right time, considering the challenges that we faced. With that being said, we have to remember to not neglect our youth. Just because this particular facility didn't work out for us or the circumstances due to the challenges doesn't mean we forget about our youth and what we need to do for them. So with that in mind, I am in favor of unsequestering these funds and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Alder Morrison, did I see your hand? Alder Jeanette?
No, you must have felt my vibe. I was going to say something, but I have nothing to say.
All right, very good. Any other comment and discussion on this item? All right, hearing none. I know I'm in favor. Alder Marchand, are you in favor, sir?
Aye.
Excellent. Alder Ernie? Alder Saldicola?
Aye.
All right, Alder Jeanette?
Yes.
Okay. Alder Walker Myers is no longer on the call with us. Alder Festa?
Yes.
Okay, Alder Furlow?
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez?
Yes.
Alder Ron Hurt?
Yes.
And Alder Decker?
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. All righty, moving right along. Which one next?
Madam
Alder?
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move item 2.
Second.
All right, item has been moved and seconded. Discussion on item 2, please. Alder Festa, whose hand did I see first? Alder Festa? I'm sorry.
I did raise it, but if you saw someone else first.
I can't tell anymore. I'm getting a little foggy. So I'm asking for help here. Who started first? Alder Marchand?
I did not raise my hand, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right. So Alder Festa, then it's you, babe. I mean, ma'am.
Okay, let me make sure I'm on the right one here so I don't.
Number 2.
Yes, the crisis response. I just want to know for the record that there was a communication that was submitted to public safety, and I believe it was submitted on August 3rd. So just for the record, because there was some discussion earlier when we were discussing it about whether or not there was a communication that was out there. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's it. Any other discussion on item 2, the crisis response team planning study? Alder Morrison, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with this proposal, but I also want to make sure that there is some Alder representation that surrounds this process, because a lot of times these requests come across our desk, we approve it, and then you hear nothing else about it. And it seems like when you don't have that political arm that surrounds it, it seems like it might not make the full circle. And so I think that this is a very, very important step that the city is making, because there are a lot of things that happen in our city. We try to call the police. Sometimes the police just have these really, really other hard things that they need to deal with. So to be able to have a team of professional everything it's going to be very helpful to the city. So I look forward to seeing what the outcome of this study is, and whatever that is, how it's implemented. So I ask my colleagues to also support this item. Thank you.
I'd like to say for myself, you know, our city has a lot of challenges. And I think this is coming from a right place. Now, for me, what is important is, first of all the stakeholders, police, fire, social services, all the stakeholders, being invested in this, because the hope is that it's going to enhance and support our residents here in our city. So I think that's important, but also communication is also crucial too, in everything we do. So let's make sure that the information is out there, and people can, there should be some kind of public hearing so that everyone is aware and can chime in as to their feelings and how this will support our residents in our city, because I think it's, as I said, it's coming from a good place and I'm in support of it. So let's make sure, it continues in the right direction and focused. Thank you. Any other comments from colleagues on this item?
Alder Decker has his hand up, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alder Decker. I did not see you. Go ahead.
That's no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also in favor of this item. I think that figuring out ways to reduce, the contact between the criminal justice system and people for nonviolent, not even offenses, but nonviolent activity is an idea whose time is well past due. And I think that, I'm happy to see the city start to try to figure out how to do that. That being said, I also feel very strongly that I would not want this just to be a study. I'm as I like to say, I'm an academic in exile. So we can do studies all day long, but I would want to definitely figure out how, once the study is done, how we actually turn this into action, into a program, and to do it the right way. And I think that's going to raise a lot of questions for this committee, for this board, and and for the city about how that will proceed. But I do think that given the way that the budget breaks down, that this is a positive way to start to get that ball rolling. Given where the money's coming from, and so I too would urge colleagues to support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion? Alder Evelyn, I see your hand. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. I think this is a good step. There's just so many people that are so needy walking our streets. If the New Haven Police Department admin and the New Haven Fire Department admin and others are willing to work together with our CAO and that department and look and study and see what can be better done in terms of protecting our humanity, and also at the same time dealing with enforcement. I have been in jobs where we've done interventions, and I've walked with psychologists to a family's home, and we've always had to call the police to come in and help us do the interventions. I'm sure Department of Children and Families has had to call enforcement at some point in time. So it's going to be interesting. And I think it's going to be, if anything, we're going to get something out of this pilot, out of this study, even if we may see that in the long run, maybe a team isn't going to always be responding, but that what we have is good and maybe it can be improved. So it's going to be interesting to see what results out of this project. I want to say thank you for being creative and looking at ways of what can we do to address, police brutality and wrongful treatment, and treat our human beings and give them the care necessary that they need as first responders. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other discussion on this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that this is a significant step. There's quite a bit at stake. Obviously, we want our residents in need to have the right kind of support and intervention at the right kinds of moments and settings. But I don't think that's easy to figure out. You know, there's another item we'll vote on briefly, or soon rather, that's related to this as well. So clearly there's some significant resources being put into this, resources that could go into other places. But by taking this vote, we are sending a signal to our colleagues on the board that this kind of effort should be a priority. And I think we're going to want to watch very closely how this goes. I echo Alder Morrison's comment about aldermanic involvement. And I think this committee and our colleagues in the Health and Human Services Committee are going to really want to follow this closely to make sure that this decision that we make today is followed up with action and with really good work to figure out the best way forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Any further comments and or discussion from colleagues on item number 2? Hearing none at this time, we will take a vote. I know I'm in favor of the item. Alder Marchand, are you in favor, sir?
Aye.
Did you say yes?
Aye.
Oh, okay. Okay, got you. Alder Ernie? Alder Saldicola?
Aye.
All right, Alder Jeanette Morrison?
Yes.
Alder Taisha Walker Myers here? Okay, Alder Festa?
Yes.
Alder Richard Furlow?
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez?
Yes.
Alder Ron Hurt?
Yes.
And Alder Charles Decker?
Aye.
All righty, item passes. And item number 1.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move item 1.
Item
Second.
Okay, item has been moved in second. Discussion, please, on item number 1. This reorganization of positions.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'm going to speak in favor of this, although I would also like to express concerns. You know, anytime that we approve a reclassification of position, it tends to live on into the next fiscal year and beyond. And so we are, with the exception of the IT position, we are upgrading positions so that they will cost more money. Now, obviously, for this fiscal year, that is handled by transferring funds from vacancies, from salary reserve, right?
Yes.
But in future year, what the administration will do is they'll just simply budget those positions at those higher amounts, which will increase the general fund budget. Now, that can be fine, right? If it's a good use of money and if it's going to deliver value for the residents of New Haven and improve services and invest in communities of need, that's fine. But it's just important to know that when we vote on a reclassification of a position, we're setting ourselves up for a budget request next year that will have those incremental increases. I mean, it's only to the tune of 80 something thousand dollars, as I recall, but it's just worth noting. In terms of the particulars, the one that resonated most with me was the IT request to take a managerial position and turn it into a frontline customer facing position. Now we should note that they're adding a position, right? That does not exist in the current budget, right? So that is a +1 position. So we just need to know that that's what we're doing. The one that I had the most concerns about, as you could probably tell, was the deputy director of the Corporation Counsel Department. It's a department of 12 attorneys and they have 1 director and 2 deputies. And it's like, that's a lot of management for a small department. And I didn't want them taking Rod Smith away from City Plan and BZA. But I think what really sold me on it in the end was an attempt to get on top of problems that end up biting the city, you know where, after the fact. And we do need to be more proactive in how we manage conflict within the city in a way that's productive and respectful, but in a way that hopefully reduces the disputes and the grievances and the lawsuits, which end up having a financial cost, but they have other costs as well in terms of morale, in terms of the reputation of the city. It's just so much better if we can figure out a more productive way to deal with that. So whoever this new person will end up being better be good, because it's not an easy job that our corporation counsel would give to this position. So I just wanted to express my concerns, but I am speaking in support of the item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I am also speaking in support of the item. What I heard was centralization, and you know, I think in the long run, centralizing certain systems and getting it to work better is a plus. And HR, workers' comp, those areas sometimes have a lot of stuff going on that needs to be addressed. So we definitely want to make sure that we cover all our needs within our city departments. And so I am also in support of the item. And yes, we'll be definitely watching them closely to see how this position is going to flow, the person doing this job. So any other discussion and or comments on item 1? All righty. Hearing none, we will take a vote. All right, Alderman, I know I'm in favor. Alder Marchand, are you in favor, sir?
Aye.
Okay, Alder Ernie, not with us. Alder DeCola?
Aye.
Okay, Alder Jeanette?
Yes, aye.
Alder Taisha Walker Myers? Alder Festa? Anna Festa?
Yes.
Alder Richard Fairlow?
Yes.
Okay, Alder Evelyn Rodriguez, are you in favor of item 1?
Yes.
Righty, Alder Ron Hurt
Yes.
and Alder Charles Decker.
Aye.
Alrighty, item passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, the item is moving second in discussion on adjourning. Any discussion? Hearing none. Alder Hamilton, are you in favor? Yes. Alder Marchand.
Yes.
Alder Ernie Santiago. Alder DeCola.
Yes.
Alder Morrison.
Yes.
Alder Taisha Walker Myers. Alder Anna Festa.
Yes.
Alder Richard Fairlow.
Yes.
Alder Evelyn Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alder Ron Hurt.
Yes.
And Alder Charles Decker.
Aye.
Thank you all. We are officially adjourned. Thank you all for being here this evening. Thank you very much for all our department heads. And Mr. Gormany, good job. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Gormany.
Good night, everyone.